start based off on our program for 9 a.m. But we just want to make sure that we all set out and ready to go. At this point in time, we have 3 of our speakers who will take us through this morning bit. We'll hear from Memorial Africa as well, and also we have, as I said, we have representation from the government, particularly the county government, and we wanted to have Victor Golo as well with us. And later on, we'll be joined by Ambassador Kutangi, and who will join us from Brussels. So to get us started, and allow me to just give him the befitting introduction. So Amit will be first up on stage. There is an interesting report on the state of web, report on Africa, and I think for us here it will be really looking at the, what are the areas of concern, what are the findings, and what are the opportunities as well that we can really look towards capturing in this space. Ahmed Ameri is the CEO of Memorial Africa. He brings forth over 15 years of experience just looking at the financial services and developing and investing in the frontier technologies. Now, over the last 10 years, actually, Ahmed has attracted and directed over $100 million in US dollars, that's in private capital, and also looking at providing a high-level technical expertise to financial institutions, governments, and other various stakeholders. So great wealth of information here, and I cannot wait to hear about the state of web report in Africa that you guys are actually working on, and of course, have us engaged as well as we go along. So, our first speaker for today, ladies and gentlemen, Ahmed Ameri.
All right, good morning. Good morning. Good to see you guys. I've seen some familiar faces here, so it's good to see everyone. Thank you for coming today. Is blockchain made for Africa? Yes? No? Maybe? Absolutely. I like that answer. Absolutely. I find myself asking myself this question a lot. What is the impact of blockchain in Africa? More broadly, what is the impact of blockchain in emerging markets? Blockchain didn't initially start in Africa or emerging markets. It came here after going through its trials and tribulations in the United States and Europe. Still is going through its trials and tribulations, actually. The reason why I ask myself this question a lot is because I really think that blockchain is a technology on its own, without all the additional things we all know about, from tokenization to stablecoins to crypto to all that other stuff. But blockchain itself as a technology, merely on its own, is a really, really interesting use case for a lot of things we see globally. When we think of banks in Scandinavia, for instance, so one of the biggest Scandinavian banks is called SEB Bank. SEB Bank started investing in blockchain infrastructure as a bank almost 20 years ago. So when we think of what that means and how that reflects on where we are in terms of blockchain adoption, there's a really, really big gap there. So they started investing in blockchain infrastructure on the back end for payments, for clearing, for payment, for settlement, things of that sort. It's really taken off in a lot of these markets, right? When we think blockchain, actually, let me ask you guys, when you think the word blockchain, what are the things that immediately come to mind? Nadim, you can go. Security, okay. Interoperability, okay. Transparency, yes, absolutely. Speed, yes, very much so. These are all things that are very mutual with blockchain. Anything else? Low transaction cost, that's right, okay. Yeah, all these things fit in with the idea of blockchain, of course. The additional layer on top of all this is the fact that it creates infrastructure for institutions to be able to conduct operations they couldn't have otherwise conducted, or it just streamlines these operations significantly, right? So when we think of things like digital identities, like last mile payments, like healthcare records, like housing records, land registry, deeds, I can go on, for forever about what blockchain can do and what it's involved in, but it's a technology that can essentially leapfrog so many things, right? Especially in the absence of legacy systems, legacy infrastructure, not just in payments and fintech, but across all the industries we just discussed. So I like to use M-Pesa as a really great use case for a blockchain that started, or a blockchain sort of like example that was very revolutionary that started, I don't know, 15 years ago, something like that. It turned something very basic, which, everyone owned a phone, everybody held a phone, and it basically armed everyone with a wallet through their phone. And the amount of innovation that went through that was, impeccable. Rules had to be bent, laws had to be scratched, new ones had to be created. And M-Pesa now is an example that's huge and it's massive and it's global. It's not just African. It started in Kenya and it grew globally. So blockchain's the same. Blockchain is a very novel idea that many people don't understand and that needs a lot of government understanding and intervention to be able to be scaled locally within financial institutions, within payment gateways, within a lot of the industries we all operate in, we invest in, we like to work in. So the reason why we came up with the State of Web3 in Africa report is because for the last year and a half, we're a very active investor, so we're the investment and commercial arm of Cardano, prominent layer 1 chain. And in order to scale Cardano in Africa and in emerging markets, we're investors. And by doing this, by investing, we actually help scale the solution. We train folks on how to code on Cardano. We ourselves have a team under Emergo Labs that codes on Cardano. And we work very closely with founders, financial institutions, Fortune 500s, and sovereign entities on really educating them on how blockchain can support. And so in investing, so in the last year and a half, we've invested in over 50 companies. And we've also continued to build solutions on Cardano in areas like fintech, payments, remittance, SME lending, revenue-based financing, healthcare, agri-tech, digital identity solutions, et cetera, et cetera. And when we look at the global economic climate, so beginning with COVID, which seems like a lifetime ago because of all the disasters that have happened since, but when COVID started, the entire financial system crumbled. Trade halted, jobs were lost, companies were shutting down, stores were shutting down, and businesses that were, and founders that just happened to be lucky and were at the forefront of remote anything, remote working, remote payments, remote delivery. Anyone who owned Amazon stock pre-COVID made a lot of money through COVID, right? And so COVID sort of subsided, and then everybody was just starting to catch their breath, and then the war on Ukraine happened. And with the war on Ukraine, that I call that the straw that broke the camel's back, because the camel in that case are emerging markets. Countries like ours throughout Africa, South Asia, South America, who are completely reliant on external funding, on the import of raw materials, corn, maize, wheat, etc., whose budgets are already pretty tight and pretty thin, witnessed 20, 30, 50, 60, 70, 200% increases in currency rates, devaluations, lack of foreign capital, shooting inflation rates, inability of people to use their money in ways that they had planned for prior. So they're, say, you had $100, for instance, to spend on something, and all of a sudden that $100 has to go towards one thing now. And this was a global phenomenon, right? My friends in Europe, their gas bill jumped by 2x in the UK, for instance. They're in Europe, so they can't complain that much, right, considering. But when that happens in emerging markets, it's a disaster. I just arrived from the airport this morning, but I've been following the news and things happening here for the last couple of weeks. Very concerning, right? But that hasn't been happening for the last couple of weeks, so there's a lot of internal strife happening globally around the prices of basic necessity of goods, consumer price indices, etc. So all of these things are as a result of global economic conditions that we have absolutely no control over. However, part of economic empowerment of us as peoples and of us as nations is to sort of take matters in our own hands and be able to control our destinies. And a really powerful way to control destinies is to not be tied to legacy models, legacy financial systems that are swayed by, if someone sneezes in the East, the West catches a cold, and vice versa, right? So fast forward to the subject of stablecoins. So the premise of our report was initially how economically dire the situation is in a lot of emerging markets, and how the power of blockchain is attacked, and all of the additional layers that I shared earlier, so stablecoins, crypto, digital currencies, CBDCs, tokenization can really catapult a lot of industries, a lot of people, a lot of regular folk forward in terms of wealth, financial management, financial literacy, etc. So if we go back to stablecoins are essentially a currency that's pegged to a fiat currency, right? So think USDT, USDC. When trade is used via stablecoins, it really mitigates a lot of FX risk. If I am a, I don't know, steel manufacturer in Kenya, I don't source everything locally. A lot of the things I source, I import. If I don't have access to foreign capital, I shut the steel power plant down, the steel plant down, which I've seen happen multiple times, not just in Kenya, but in many places. And when that happens, people lose jobs, people don't have disposable income. The entire sort of circular motion of an economy stops, because if I'm a worker, a blue-collar worker in the factory, I then don't spend on my basic necessities, so the kiosk that I buy my things from doesn't have the money to buy things for their kiosk, and it's just a vicious cycle, right? So in the absence of foreign capital or foreign currency to be able to import raw materials, there's a huge crux there. And stablecoins can potentially solve that, right? So we've piloted with a couple of small opportunities whereby we see, so-and-so needs to import this, amount, whatever it is, and however big it is, and facilitating the availability of stablecoins in order to be able to import this particular raw material or whatever it is really a game changer. Because the reason why foreign capital usually isn't available in the market is because this is a whole other conversation, because then we're going to go into mismanagement, and we're going to go into lack of sort of infrastructure, lack of strategy, lack of measures, fiscal policy, monetary policy, et cetera, et cetera. But because we can't control that, and because all we can do is really work with government and try to sort of sway things into a more positive manner. But in the interim, while doing this, of course, stablecoins have the power to bring FDI into the country. So when you have, sort of negative monetary policy or fiscal policy, investors aren't really sure of whether they want to put money into the country or your country. And so FDI is a really powerful tool for that. And stablecoins really inject FDI such that people mitigate the outflow of foreign capital via stablecoins and bring in additional money that can be reinvested in the economy. So stablecoins are really powerful for trade. This is on an institutional level. On a local level, if I save, and I'm using a very sort of basic example, but if I save $2 a day in Kenyan shillings in local fiat currency, okay, I'm extremely affected by the daily devaluations that happen. So for the last 4 years, I'm not exactly sure of the exact figure of how much the shilling has devalued by in the last 4 years, but if my entire savings happen to be in Kenyan shillings, I'm pretty screwed, right? Yes? Yes, good. So if there's a way for me to transform those savings into something that holds value, or fluctuates far less than the Kenyan shilling would, stablecoins, right? And so folks like Kotani Pay, folks like many of the other companies we work with who provide that ability for people to hold a store of their value in that manner is a really, really powerful tool because it sets the stage for financial literacy, financial education, people having access to services, goods that they otherwise wouldn't have. So that's on stablecoins. Again, back to an institutional perspective, we're seeing a lot of governments start thinking about central bank denominated currencies, CBDCs. The UK government has been talking about it for a long time. The US government's also talking about it. The GCC, UAE, Saudi, Nigeria, here in Kenya, Egypt, Morocco, South Africa. So everyone understands the power of what a digital currency can do for an economy. It makes it a lot more accessible, et cetera, et cetera. Tokenization is really the sort of the really end goal of a lot of this stuff, because when you tokenize something, you essentially create a real world asset that can be traded amongst people. I liken it to derivatives that can be sold numerous times to different people, and there's a lot of potential for that. We've invested in a couple of companies in the housing sector where we see a huge future for tokenization of real-world assets vis-a-vis housing. Housing units, it's an investment, it's a hold of store, it's a value, and which with tokenization, the foundations of it are blockchain, right? So with blockchain, that enables people to have access to investment products that they never had access to in the first place. Another really interesting use case that is heavily driven by blockchain is climate change mitigation. I was in Cairo last week and it was 45 degrees during the day, which I don't think I've ever experienced in Cairo before. And we're seeing these crazy weather patterns everywhere, very erratic climates. So, you guys have seen the floods that are happening in Europe all summer. Greece has been on fire for the last couple of weeks. So climate change is a real issue. And to this day, climate change has not been really addressed. There's been a lot of talk, COP, this, that. But it comes down to one thing, bankability and monetization. And it's still lacking that to this day. The really cool thing about blockchain is that you can make this entire climate change conversation bankable. One of the big challenges with blockchain, with climate change is that there's a lot of fraud in carbon credits. So with climate change, how it works is you measure carbon emissions and people get credited as a result of that. But there is a lot of fraud. And so blockchain as a technology is really useful for something the technical term is MRV, monitoring, reporting, and verification of climate emissions, carbon emissions. And when that's put on chain, it makes things a lot more transparent, a lot easier, and just a lot more, it can be backed then. DFIs would be willing to come in and support on things like that. And so take that 10 steps further. And after you do your MRV on chain, how about tokenizing these carbon credits, right? Tokenizing these carbon credits, putting them on an exchange whereby companies, individuals, folks can tokenize these carbon credits and trade them on an exchange, and it becomes a commodity, like buying a share in like if you go to a bank and you're buying stocks or units in a mutual fund or whatever, it's the same thing, except it's real world use case, it's impactful, it's driven by blockchain technology, etc. Something else we're doing on chain that's super interesting too is in the US, to invest in companies, one has to be a term called an accredited investor, which really limits the pool of the people that can invest in things like that, right? However, when these holdings become tokenized and are then traded on an exchange, in the US you would still have to be an accredited investor, but in emerging markets, in Africa, you can become, without meeting the standards of being an accredited investor, one can become a holder, a unit holder of shares in a startup or a fund or a business or an entity or whatever it is, which is, again, access to finance, access to liquidity, access to wealth, access to investment products that you wouldn't have had access to before, right? And then tokenizing that piece. There's a company in the US called Poolit, P-O-O-L-I-T, that's doing that. So they're essentially democratizing holdings or access to VC and PE funds for regular folks. So imagine what that could do. There's a company called Thunder in Egypt that's essentially like a Robinhood for Egyptian equities. Super Web 2. But imagine if that becomes a Web3 company and all of that data sits on chain. The token holders would become owners of shares in specific companies or funds, et cetera, et cetera. Their digital identity would be secured via an NFT, for instance, whereby their holdings sit in one place. So these are some of the really interesting use cases we're looking at and thinking about. Government integration with blockchain is a really, really big topic. A lot of governments now are thinking about digitization, right? A lot of governments are launching their own digitization units because they want to tie everything together, right? So if I'm buying a house, it's connected to my mortgage, it's connected to my national ID, it's connected to my tax file, it's connected to all of that. It's a very difficult thing to do. It sounds a lot easier than it really is, but it's a very, very difficult thing to do. It's extremely costly, and it requires a lot of sort of steps to be taken prior to things being connected and meshed like that. Blockchain does that. Blockchain isn't a technology that's heavenly sent from God, but it's a technology that has the ability to mesh everything and connect everything in a way that other technologies are incapable of doing. AI, right? Hottest 2 letters for the last 2 years. Blockchain has an actual huge impact on AI. And for AI to work very well, data needs to be siloed in specific manners. If people have jobs now as GPT experts, right? How do you talk to GPT? What do you convey to the machine so that you can receive and get back what you want, right? These are actual jobs now, and people are actually getting paid a lot of money for it. So in order for you to get what you want from an AI machine, you need to
understand how to feed it. And which basically in simple terms means what data can you give it so that you can receive the data you want. We're working very closely with a lot of folks who happen to sit on gold mines of data, but don't really know what to do with it because you can't really analyze it well, you can't really pick what you want from it well. So when the data is siloed and put in a way via smart contracts and other ways that allows for AI to become a lot more iterative, a lot more predictive, and start predicting behaviors of things like, so we're using it in things like SME lending, whereby it's starting to predict behaviors of these lendees. It's kind of like an inventory management system, but a lot more sort of ahead. We're also using it with supply and logistics and inventory, tracing, tracking, traceability of where products are, logistics, where they're going, inventory re-ups, things like that. So blockchain also is a really, really great infrastructure to build on for AI to do what it does best. So in a nutshell, blockchain is really the future. I don't see any other way. I might be a little biased, but it's the infrastructure that we're looking at and using in so many different verticals. And I'm pretty sure there are verticals that we haven't even scratched the surface of, just because of the sheer amount of interest that we see and impact that we see in fintech and climate and logistics and supply chain and trade. And DFIs are finally starting to catch on. The IFC, the World Bank, Afreximbank, ADB, many of them are starting to think of blockchain for trade, especially inter-African trade. Many have tried some solutions and have failed, but it's great because they actually see some merit in using these solutions. So, in conclusion, I really think there's a lot of potential to what we can do. I'm really hoping that we can see some progress on the blockchain side from a sovereign government entity sort of perspective in Kenya, and I'm really hopeful that we will see that because I really believe that it'll leapfrog so many industries forward, just skipping the entire sort of legacy infrastructure that still needs to be built, that's missing, and just pivoting into using blockchain as a means of achieving those development points. I recently saw something connecting many of the SDGs to blockchain, enabling these SDGs to come to fruition, from access to water, access to really the basic necessities of living. So we're talking really, really basic stuff. So I'm glad everyone is here today and everyone has this interest in blockchain. And I really hope we can together push the envelope forward to create more impact throughout Kenya and throughout the continent of Africa as a whole. Thank you.
Thank you, Ahmed. Another round of applause, please. And great insights. Thought-provoking as well. I think as we go along, maybe just before the tea break, we can have like just a quick fire sort of a chat based off on the thoughts you bring out. And I think you left it off at a very good point where now you kind of call for the opportunity and call for the proper regulatory framework, and talk about regulations. Of course, here you're dealing with the government, you're dealing with, what are some of the ways that, even this meeting of minds can actually just provide some bit of policy framework suggestions. And I think it's quite opportune that we have the Chief County Officer from Nairobi County Government. Victor Gola is in charge of the digital economy and startups. He holds an MBA in entrepreneurship and a BCom, and currently, of course, serving in government, looking at a startup. I think this is the first of its kind we've seen from a county government, which is quite innovative, I must say. He's a startup and SME policy advocate, entrepreneurship ecosystem, a strategist and author, and also startup thought leader and researcher. Victor is deeply passionate about the African entrepreneur, and he's also worked with over 500 organizations. That's in over 5 African countries. That's in East and Southern Africa. Previously, he has served in Ouda Nepad, the Ministry of EAC, looking at regional development, and also the UK Tech Hub, Digital Africa, Africa Labs GSA, ICT Norway, and many other institutions, I must say. So quite opportune now, and I must say trailblazer on this kind, representing the Nairobi County Government. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together for Mr. Victor Gola, please, as he comes up.
Thanks, Laban. Good morning, everyone. So my name is Victor Otieno. As Laban has ably introduced me, I work at Nairobi City County as a chief officer, which is almost like an assistant minister for a new sector called digital economy and startups. So this sector was created this year, actually. So I'm literally 7 months in office. So it was created under Executive Order number 1 of 2022, which is the governor trying to rearrange the county government. So he created a new sector called Innovation and Digital Economy, just looking at primarily the tech ecosystem. And specifically, my role is leading the digital economy and startups. So the idea is there's a lot of talk around the digital economy, but how do we do it? So that is the hard task that that has been handed down to me. Together, I think, with me is my director, Elizabeth. Maybe probably you can just wave. At least I didn't come alone. So we have our director under digital economy and startups who is keeping me company in case there's a riot here. In terms of what we are looking at, just an overview in terms of the innovation ecosystem is that we see a lot of things that are happening within the ecosystem. We see reports indicating that the startup or innovation ecosystem in Kenya is growing. Looking at different indices, looking at the Global Innovation Index, looking at the Startup Ecosystem Index, we see Kenya performing very well. Looking at venture capital that is coming into Africa, Kenya playing, I think the top 3, it's always either Kenya, South Africa, Nigeria, Egypt. So in terms of funding, Kenya takes roughly around 17% of all VC money that is coming into Africa. Recently I saw a crypto adoption index. Again, it came up quite fast, and of course we are seeing Kenya also doing well around the same area. Also from a global tech, we see again the big tech companies setting up shop in Kenya. It is an indication of there is some value that they see in the country. So of course we've seen Amazon, Facebook, Google, MasterCard, some of them setting up shop, some of them putting up their African base here. Of course this gives an indication of the potential that is there within the innovation ecosystem in Kenya. Locally, I think the biggest startup that we have, as Ahmed has indicated, is M-Pesa. Again, the idea for us is how can we be able to build more of those? Yeah. So ultimately, our theory of change is if we're able to build more M-Pesas, it means then we can be able to address the issue of unemployment. So currently, we have over 1 million young graduates who are getting into the labor market, and we need to be able to give them employment or give them some sort of income. So we feel if we're able to support the innovation ecosystem, then probably we can be able to tackle the issue of poverty and jobs. So we are not just looking at tech as romance, we are looking at tech as a force that can be able to really sustain socio-economic development. So of course we have other examples of startups, MarketForce, Twiga, etc. But I think the challenge that we see is that there's a focus on certain verticals within the innovation ecosystem. Even if you look at the funding that is coming, is going towards fintech. Looking at deep tech, we're not so much there. Looking at blockchain, Web3, we still are not there. So the idea is, how can we be able to create a pipeline across all verticals to ensure that we're able to sustain a good pipeline of innovators, of course, which has a direct correlation to foreign direct investments. So in terms of the different stakeholders that are there in the ecosystem, what we see is there's a lot of silo. I lack the English. Silage. What do you call it? Too many silos. So look for that English word. So we see a lot of silos within the ecosystem. So we have big tech who are operating within the ecosystem. We have private incubators that are there. We have incubators that are funded by academia also there. I mean, we have CSOs who are also changing their strategy to be more digital. So looking at AMREF, looking at ILO, etc. All of them are moving towards digitization, but what informs them? Do they have the capacity? Do they have the depthness to be able to execute a digital strategy? So of course, they're making their mistakes. There's a lack of collaboration on that end. In terms of key enablers within the innovation ecosystem, looking at different reports that are there, for us to be able to build a digital economy and not just to be a consumer of technology, we need to be able to have some framework of sorts to ensure that we have an environment that is conducive for all innovation, irrespective of whichever innovation that we are looking at. So looking at, say for example, the African strategy on science and technology, they've recommended a couple of things that are needed for us to be able to build out a digital economy, looking at infrastructure, and we've seen national government focus on fiber optic, and of course even looking at other jurisdictions, Singapore, India, Germany, infrastructure is very important as a foundation for building a digital economy. Looking at issues around talent, we can talk about blockchain and all types of technology, but if you don't build the actual capacity in terms of talent, then we'll continue to consume technology. So those are areas that we are looking out as a county. So this is basically an overview. Probably can go to the next slide. So at the beginning of the year, we developed a strategic plan for the county, which is called the County Integrated Development Plan. Just different boxes in terms of what do we need to do for us to be able to sustain jobs. So we are looking at innovation generally as a vehicle for socioeconomic development. Yeah. So then the question is, how do we support the different verticals that are there within the ecosystem to ensure that we're able to do exactly that? So different buckets looking at ease of doing business, even as we look at blockchain or whatever, is the different stakeholders have to be supported. Whether the investors, whether they are techies themselves. I think we were discussing with Ahmed before the session is we still have a challenge in terms of capacity. How can we make it possible for talent to be mobile? So that if you have a talented techie in Egypt, it's easier for them to just take a simple flight, sit here in Nairobi for 3, 4, 6 months, help a startup, then they can be able to go elsewhere. So that forms some of the basis in terms of ease of doing business. It's not just tax only, but there are many areas that we need to be able to explore. Our approach towards this is an ecosystem approach in terms of looking at the regulated environment. Can we be able to engage the ecosystem for us to be able to co-create policy? So that I don't just sit at City Hall and decide today I'm going to give 30% tax break. I mean, it's more engaging the ecosystem and trying to ask ourselves, what kind of regulation do you want to see, or what kind of support do you want to see for us to be able to move the needle? So that's a huge workflow that we have, and we've started to make strides around the same. We want to be able to position Nairobi as Africa's innovation hub. And of course, there are different programs that we have around the same. We are currently hopefully to host an innovation week in 2 weeks that would allow the ecosystem to be able to come and take stock. So it's not just any other event, but it's an opportunity for us to be able to ventilate, see what is working, what is not working, and possibly craft strategies to ensure that we're able to create value for the different players within the ecosystem. We are looking to globalize our startups. Again, an Estonia mentality. We know that the market in Kenya is a very good testing ground for a lot of innovations. So we see we can be able to exploit this opportunity for our startups. The more we're able to expose them to different markets, the more they can be able to innovate for those markets. So that you're market driven rather than just innovating for the sake of it. So we have an entire program around the same where we would want to expose our startups to different innovation forums, TechCrunch, you know all of them. We are looking to increase our interaction as government with the ecosystem. The innovation ecosystem is very unique. It's not like your traditional SMEs that is predictable. Things shift too fast. So the only way for you to be agile and to be nimble in terms of addressing the needs of the ecosystem is to have more engagements, more regular engagements, not just meeting once a year, but on a regular basis. And we've managed to do that over the last couple of months. We've had interactions with different verticals. We've had conversations with Big Tech, Oracle, Safaricom, etc. We've had engagements with different hubs, your iHub, whatever. We've had quite a number of conversations with startups themselves. Not conference type, but just sitting, having coffee, and just asking ourselves, how can we be able to move the needle? Of course, funding is a major issue. Again, just looking for models that work for us as Kenya. The funding models that we see in Europe, in US, sometimes might not work for Kenya. And I'll give you an example. Is the reason why we're in the quagmire we are in is because a lot of funding that is coming to Africa, Kenya, etc. is more towards fintech. So the question is, how do you bring in funding for deep tech? How do you bring funding for Web3? How do you bring funding for education, agriculture, etc.? So we need to be able to explore models that would allow startups to be able to get this type of funding. And the way we've done this is by decentralizing resources for innovation. So we are actually creating 85 incubation centers that are focused on different sectors. So say, for example, we are exploring setting up an incubation center at Mbagathi Hospital with support with AMREF, say, for example, and as well as Vilgro. So, with this triple helix of sorts, then we can be able to channel funding because we know that AMREF or any other organization that is a CSO is trying to solve issues around health. So how can we be able to link these people together so that government can be able to give data, which is very important, because one of the challenges that we've received from startups within health is lack of data. And of course, how do you access that? So we need to be able to develop a framework that allows startups to be able to access health data for which would improve the innovation. And of course, we have an innovation of taker in terms of AMREF or any other organization. So those are the unique funding models that we are looking as phase one. Then probably as we move forward, then we can look at sovereign funds. We know that if we start in Kenya with a fund, that's the end of story. So everyone would want to manage the fund, and will kill that particular initiative. So we are starting small. We are starting with, I was telling Ahmed, milk. So we are starting with milk, then probably we can be able to introduce solids moving forward. So I think, like I said, is at the heart of innovation, we are looking at an incubation center. So, the sooner we're able to decentralize and allow for your local young person in the community to be able to engage, the better for us. Otherwise, if we take innovation as an elite sector, then we miss out on talent or on resources that would have otherwise not have gotten. So in terms of our incubation center model is we need to be able to get startups. We are getting private incubators to run the hubs for us. So government is not in the business of running incubation centers. So for all our incubation centers, we are partnering with sector-focused incubation centers. We don't have those as much, but we're also using this opportunity to allow our private incubators to specialize. So if you go through Nairobi County, out of the maybe 40 or so hubs, a lot of them are generic. So if you go outside of Vilgro, Circular Hub, if you were to mention any other hub, nothing comes to mind. It's because they do everything. They do everything and anything. And even for them, they're not sustainable. So they are depending on grant money. And of course, after COVID, things became thick. So we hope that the model that we are adopting, where we have an innovation off-taker with a hub running, then probably they can be able to create their sustainability around the same. And of course, we are trying to catalyze local corporate investing. So a lot of corporates, private companies in Kenya don't take innovation seriously, for lack of a better word. So we hope that with the model that we have, they can be able to leverage on startups to be able to innovate, either for their product lines, or they can be able to invest on the startups as a diversification strategy. So just looking at different case studies, of course, we've been able to look across the world and just pick things that can be able to help us as Nairobi County. Looking at Germany, what are the key lessons that we can learn from Germany? We see strong data infrastructure. We see public-private partnerships. So these are things that we picked as, or borrowed a French leaf to ensure that we're not just, putting interventions that don't make sense. So we tried as much as possible to benchmark with different jurisdictions. So looking at data infrastructure, of course, at a national government, we have a data protection law. I mean, to be able to give foundation for management of data. Because I think, as Ahmed has said, at the heart of, let's say, for example, Web3 is data is structured in a certain manner. So we need to be able to see how we can be able to do that. And again, like I said, we are trying to, as much as possible, to work with the ecosystem. We currently have an MOU with Adenian Labs, who are helping us think through, the entire Web3 and how can we be able to structure that to happen. Of course, public-private partnership is very important. Government will not have all the resources or even the know-how to be able to engage the ecosystem. So again, we've partnered with a couple of people within the ecosystem. We have Moringa School that we've partnered with. We've partnered with Safaricom. We've partnered with Baraza Media Labs. Just different partners that make sense to different verticals. Like I said, Vilgo, etc. Partnership is extremely important for the county government of Nairobi. Looking at India, we've seen India embed a lot of Web3 or AI-driven platforms. For us, again, is how can we be able to bring the ecosystem into government? So one of the things that you'll notice, and we are inviting you for the Innovation Week that is happening 7th to 11th, is we are partnering and having conversations that can lead to the ecosystem coming and supporting government initiatives. So if you look at health, for example, as a sector, they're struggling and they have budgets to do interventions within health. But on the other side, we have innovators who have solutions that can be applied within the health sector. So how do we bring these people together? So that's something that we're trying to see or explore to see if that can happen, whether it's an AI platform or an AI backbone or whatever technology that you want. We want to be able to have those conversations, expose government to be able to see. So sometimes we say there are a lot of innovations in Kenya, but they can't get access. The only way to do that is through dialogue. Again, from India, and of course looking at studies from AU, is we need to, for us to be able to move away from consuming technology to producing technology, is we need to be able to skill our young people. So we can talk about whatever technology that you have that we would want to achieve, is if we don't literally finance capacity building through technology, then we are just, we're just wasting time. So what we've done so far is we've partnered with ICDL for us to be able to start exposing young people to basic technology. Then we graduate them to, say, for example, with Moringa on basic coding. Then we have different pathways that we can be able to allow the young people to do. So again, different partners on the same, whether it's blockchain, whether it's but truly working in this ecosystem, which we've seen in Singapore. Of course, Singapore is a small country. It's just a city, but just being able to ensure that big tech, government, academia, and everyone works together for the good of the ecosystem. Yes, I know everyone has their own commercial interest or whatever interest that they have, but we need to be able to sit down and ask ourselves, where are the areas of synergies that we can be able to explore. So in terms of building blocks that we have for the county government around AI is, of course, looking at infrastructure. Infrastructure is basic. We need to get those innovation centers across the city. We need to be able to bring internet across the city. We need to be able to bring capacity. and train our young people around the same. Looking at data in a practical sense. So when we talk about data and a startup needing to access data, how do they access county government data? So we can have a policy framework, data policy, etc. But within the county, how do you practically assist a startup to be able to access this data? So that's something we are, again, exploring. It's not something that has been done before. But again, we're exploring in collaboration with the ecosystem. We are looking at different funding models or investment models for financing for startups. Again, our focus currently is just trying to be able to bring local VCs to play in this space. So currently we have partnerships with Safaricom, DTB, and a couple of other private companies that already have adopted the model, and they're like, we can be able to explore the same. So of course there is the issue around responsible AI, which is a whole different topic, but again, for us is not looking at technology in wholesome, but looking at technology being applied in certain sectors. So if there is any consideration around ethics, it is not at an aggregate or wholesome level, is within health. If we were to apply this type of technology, what are the ethical considerations that we need to take care of? So yeah, so without killing you with the PowerPoint presentation, I would beg to finish there, and in case we have any questions, then probably I can be able to take it up. Maybe just as an emphasis, we are having an Innovation Week 7th to 11th. I mean, it's free for everyone, so we're not charging any delegates. So again, part of our strategy to reduce the barrier to entry. But if you want to partner, probably we can have a conversations around the same. Asanteni sana and God bless. 7th to 11th of August.
Thank you, Victor. Thank you, Amir, as well. Please give a round of applause to our first two speakers. I'm going to ask them, maybe you can just leave your laptop, just maybe join us on stage. Should there be any questions? I need 2 microphones, please. If we can just give the gentleman the 2 microphones, then I'm going to just pass around and maybe just ask if there are any questions and interactions just before we take our break. So, Victor, Amir, you can just take the 2 seats front. Yeah, you can pass 2 mics for them, and then we can have 1 roving one. Okay. Cool. All right, there's a microphone just going around just for a Q&A session. Wants to go first? You just raise your hand, and then I can pass.
Good morning, everybody. My name is Manzi from Binusu. I'm fintech from Uganda, building solutions around Web3. So my question is, I think, to both of you. We can say that one of the reasons why maybe fintechs from outside Africa have thrived is the ease of access to capital. I don't know what we are doing in Africa, especially the big man, the assistant minister, if I may say. I don't know what we're doing in Africa, and also we're actually reading through your report as a company, and we love what we're seeing. We want to get Uganda into those statistics. But one of the challenges we're seeing is funding. The ideas are there. I can say the ideas which have been incubated outside Africa, and they have thrived, they've caught fire, but actually you might find these ideas were originally incepted, the inception was in Africa. Somebody had the idea, but there was no way of having this idea take off. I want to know what are we doing to make access to capital much easier for African startups. Thank you.
Thank you. Really important factor in the entrepreneurship ecosystem. So I'll take 10 steps back. The notion of entrepreneurship started in Africa I would say in 2010, 2011, that's when it really started to become a concept. I think Africans are entrepreneurs in nature, but 2010, 2011 is when we started seeing funds, we started seeing angels, we started seeing consortiums of investors investing in small local companies that were developing solutions to challenge, to address the challenges we face every day. Silicon Valley started over 30 years ago, if not more. So there has been a lot of learning, there has been a lot of training, a lot of capacity building, which Victor was alluding to earlier, a lot of experience, a lot of knowledge, a lot of skills, a lot of education, a lot of financial support, a lot of logistical support, a lot of educational support. So we're at least 20 years behind, at least. With that said, the last 10 years have shown really staggering developments and numbers in terms of new capital, new funds, companies receiving funding, and you'll find a lot of these figures in the report as you read through it. But essentially, when entrepreneurship started in Africa in 2010, 2011, it was just a handful of folks, right? All local, all homegrown, very small pools of capital, very early stage, very limited. So, it wasn't enough and it wouldn't suffice the entire ecosystem. But fast forward 10 years later, 12 years later now, we see support across the entire lifespan of an entrepreneur, from pre-seed and early stage investors to angel investors to incubators to seed investors, accelerators, homegrown and international. So in Rwanda, there's Norskin, and they just really started a wave of a lot of companies that are looking to set up in Africa. Here in Kenya, there's other international ones like Antler, like us, homegrown ones like Adanian. In Nigeria, there's Techstars. In South Africa, there's CVVC and Greenhouse Capital, which we're very close with and we work hand in hand with. So we've seen a lot of development in terms of the investment landscape. Following with that, there's Series A investors that are strictly focused on Series A, local, homegrown, in addition to international investors like Tiger, like KKR, like many others who come in and are investing on the VC tech side, fintech side of things. There are a lot of North African VCs that are also investing in Sub-Saharan Africa and East Africa, like Outliers, like First Circle, like many others. So I'm actually really impressed with how the investment landscape has developed in the last couple of years, and there really is I don't believe there's a shortage of capital. Just where we are today compared to where we were 10 years ago, I think the real crux is in developing the ecosystem development that needs to happen around the capital to really enable founders to be able to achieve the things they want to achieve. And the testament of the success of the ecosystems in Africa is the reason why we have such a burgeoning ecosystem now is because a lot of founders who became celebrity founders in Africa were employees in some of the top startups in the United States, Asia, and Europe. And they came back came back home, and took these learnings and started their own companies. Whether, folks like Flutterwave, folks like Kareem, folks like Capiter, many others. And when they reached their own level of local success, their team and their staff, the first 100 employees or whatever, then went on to create their own companies. So it created a domino effect. I believe what's missing is in a lot of these markets outside of Uganda, maybe Egypt has benefited a lot from that, South Africa has, Morocco is, Tunisia is. The DFIs are really stepping up and providing funding to a lot of these early stage groups, first-time fund managers, first-time entrepreneurs, and programs to really help founders become the best versions of themselves. So more can be done. I'm not really privy to what's happening in Uganda. I would absolutely love to go there and explore what the ecosystem has there. But I would say that more public-private partnerships need to take place, and that's what Victor was alluding to earlier, because a lot of this money happens to flow through government channels, and so the right methods need to be created for that. But all in all, I don't think African homegrown founders have difficulty fundraising because they shouldn't be talking to European and American investors. They should be talking to local angels, local investors, local VCs, local incubators, local accelerators, and they're a dime a dozen right now. So I think we're in a really, really good place. Africa is currently sort of the fastest growing market when it comes to VC investment. I'm actually really happy with where things are in Africa at the moment, and I'm really thrilled and excited to see where things go in the next 5 to 10 years. And the presence of global VCs and global investors is a testament of the success of our ecosystem. They're tired of their markets. Our markets are a lot more interesting. There's a lot more challenges, many, many more that need solutions, groundbreaking solutions. Look at a company like Money Fellows. Have you heard of Money Fellows? So these guys started with a very basic, simple idea. They basically digitized SACCOs, and they're enormous now. They just raised a Series A, I think $30 million Series A. Many of their rounds were backed by DFIs like the IFC. They're expanding into Pakistan, they're expanding into Saudi, they're expanding into the UAE, and they're an Egyptian company. Another example, it's probably not the best example because they went bust, but it was a bus mobility company. I can't remember their name right now, but they were an Egyptian company set up in Dubai, listed on the New York Stock Exchange via SPAC, were valued at over $1 billion at some point, but they're out of business now. But that's an example of another homegrown company that can go global. And they started with complete local funding. So local funding is important because no external investor is going to come and invest in you if your neighbor doesn't trust to invest in you, right? So they got to put their money where their mouth is, and you got to have skin in the game, and then everything else comes after. So, Victor, would you like to add something?
Sure. I think for me, the bigger question that you are not asking, or you ask me, is how do we systematically create pipeline for investors and also allow startups to be able to get pipeline to different types of investors. And for me, I think the ecosystem, both in Kenya and in Africa, has grown organically in reaction to what is happening globally. But then the question I always ask is, how do you do that in a manner that makes sense to the local economy? My answer to that is decentralization of resources. Then the next question would be, is the funding model that we always wait for institutional investors from either US or Europe to come looking for pipeline in Africa the best model for us? Of course, that funding is limited, and even for an investor perspective, they are looking at opportunity cost. If you are 3, 4, 5 within the same vertical, they probably choose one. But then the question is, of course, then the rest fall through. So the approach that we've taken as a county government is to focus on corporate VC and move away from the idea that we can be disruptive. Of course, startups can be disruptive, and it's not a question of us against them. So if you look at other jurisdictions, it's because of the maturity of the ecosystem, is it allows startups to get quite a bit of funding that they can be able to go against Amazon, or they can go against whoever. Is that possible in Kenya? I mean, the jury is out there. So for us, is the first port of call is startups to innovate hand in hand with corporates. Because corporates already have the money. I mean, if you go to Safaricom, they have money. If you go to EABL or any other company, they already have the money. So then the question is, how can we be able to, how can the two work together? Because ultimately, as you do your business, because this is what you're doing, is you need money. So how do we solve the issue of money so that later on, you can be able to fundraise, do your Series A, Series B, etc. But where do we start? The only way we can be able to start is and for us to catalyze local capital is through collaboration. So if it's fintech, what we are saying is, come, let's innovate with DTB Bank. I mean, they already have the Astra Africa platform where different startups can be able to plug in and improve on their product portfolio. So I feel that if we're able to do that at scale, and we have quite a number of corporates that are active in Kenya, then probably that becomes our first layer of funding for startups. Otherwise, if from the get-go you are targeting institutional investors, then probably we'll still be in the same rut that we are in. So I mean, that for me would be my reaction to that. Number two is the reason why we're also setting up incubation centers is to also to level the playing field or power balance between corporates or the big player with a startup. If you come for a hackathon that is organized by Margo, for example, they have money. They can pick up the idea and go away with it, and you'll not do anything. So what we are saying is...
Not so much money.
I'm just pulling your leg. Yeah, but I mean, so we've seen that kind of extractive relationship happening within the ecosystem. So what we are saying is, when you come and register within a platform, whatever incubation center in Nairobi County is, we can be able to become a guarantee for you. So at any partner that is coming to innovate with us, it's very clear where the IP falls. Yeah, so if you're signing up and saying you are going to enter into this program, you know what you're getting yourself into. Either you are innovating directly for the corporate, or we are going to discuss IP later on. But that conversation has to happen so that the kind of exploitations that we've seen in the ecosystem stops and startups are able to get value. So, I mean, that would be my reaction to the same. I hope that answers it.
Thank you. All right, I'll move to this side. If there are any questions on this side? Yes, there's one here right at the front. So please introduce yourself. Yes.
Hello, everyone. My name is Juliet. I work with Save the Children. My question would be around data privacy. Given the nature of the data we would be handling essentially when you're in blockchain. We like to call blockchain generally, or to think of it as a big Excel sheet with data that is, you can access depending on the institutions that you have. So as the government, what are some of the protocols you have in place? I know we have a Data Protection Act, but is it being implemented in the way or in the manner that is likely to protect the people whose data we are capturing and using internally as institutions? And how does that come along or tag along with the Communications Authority of Kenya, for instance, when it comes to reaching out to these people for communication or messaging or promotional messages and the likes? The second question would be, we are talking about blockchain and the likes. how is the government, you yourselves, are you taking in or taking up blockchain projects? For instance, we've seen a lot of government institutions moving maybe to e-citizen, which we would think at this point would be a blockchain project, so to speak. But what are some of the projects you are maybe currently thinking of or going into as government, so to speak? And how do you think the non-profit sector would possibly benefit and maybe come into, you know, advanced blockchain technology in the country?
Thank you. So the nonprofit sector has actually been one of the very early adopters of blockchain. In 2015, I was involved with a project, with the UN Secretary General's office called DLT for Identity. And we were piloting something during the sort of height of the Syria war, where people would flee their homes if they're bombed and lose access passports, et cetera, et cetera. And so we piloted a solution to put all this data on chain, such that when they are displaced or when they do migrate, they do have access to these documents. We recently announced a partnership with Save the Children, actually. Not Emergo, us, but Cardano Foundation, which is our sister company, to enable folks to donate money to Save the Children via ADA. ADA is our coin, publicly listed since 2017. And I think in a week or so, around $30,000 were donated. There's a lot of really, really strong use cases in the NGO world for adoption of blockchain for identity, for flow of funds, for mobility and migration. With respect to your privacy data concerns, there are two kinds of chains. There are public chains and there are private chains. Public chains are the ones where almost really any data is available. However, data can still be encrypted. And then there are private chains which happen to sit within the jurisdiction of only specific people. And these are ones we usually build for governments, corporates, things of that sort. So it's kind of an oxymoron because blockchains are supposed to be public, but often they are private. One of the things blockchain really prides on is security and privacy. Cardano is so secure to the extent that we've been exploring encryption of private keys on Cardano wallets recently, and we realized that it makes no sense because they're already super encrypted to begin with. So privacy and security is really of the utmost concern when it comes to blockchain because it's really the backbone and the premise of it. Cardano's never been hacked so far. So is there any wood anywhere I can knock on? So it's really, really, really important. And when we look at private chains, we make sure that different users or different personas have access to different modalities of data. So it's really, really important for us when we work with governments and we work with Fortune 500s on really maintaining the utmost standard of privacy and security. Because if at any point anything gets leaked, it's a huge issue. It's big trouble. And once data is leaked, you can never retrieve it. So, yeah, I hope that answers your question.
Maybe we can have later. We're now talking of harvesting irises. It's a much more advanced pattern than talk of, say, fingerprints and the likes. What is the stand? And I would like also from a government perspective, what is your stand given the ethical issues behind it? One, who will own the data of that? And secondly, we have all this AI coming in, you can duplicate human irises to create synthetic humans. that's part of data protection and privacy that we would want to control. So what do you think about that as well?
I agree with that question, but I'm just told we're going to have the next panel. So if you could just save that, please, because we have to take a quick break, and we're going to come and have the next panel actually with the rest of the team, and Brad, I'm sure you'll be joining us as well. So please, if you could just hold on to it. We're not saying we're not answering, but we're going to hold on to that, and then we can answer that within the next panel. And at the same time, we're just going to have a networking tea break just now, and then we can come back and be ready for that. So for now, please allow me to appreciate them. Please give a round of applause to Victor and Amir as well. We'll be breaking. We can just take less than 20 minutes for this tea break. The door is open just to usher us into where we'll have our tea break, which is just at the garden there. So please, if you could just use this exit door and then come out at the garden right at the front, then have your tea, and let's be back in less than 20 minutes, please. Karibuni sana, enjoy yourselves. ready to start. And as we're settling down, can I have George? George Mwakisha. George Mwakisha can make your way to the front. George, and also maybe Ahmed. There's the next panel. you. Welcome to this second session where we will be taking a panel discussion. It's our first panel discussion, I must say. This is looking towards the, we're calling it the expert, sorry, not the expert guide. This is demystifying blockchain and cryptocurrency, exploring the fundamentals and future prospects. This panel session, we are happy to have on board Dr. Bright Gameli, who's the cybersecurity engineering lead at Mara Foundation. We have Yvonne Kagondo, who's the CEO of ICP. Thank you. Sorry, Yvonne has joined us on stage. Felix Macharia, CEO and co-founder of Kotani Pay. We also have Ahmed Amiru, who's joining us as well from Imago Africa, and also Maurice Mutonia, who's head of operations at Africa Blockchain Center. Ladies and gentlemen, this panel will be led by Mr. George Mwakisha, who's the Africa Regional Manager at Trust Wallet. So I just want to hand over the session to him. We'll have a few deliberations on stage, and just like we did it in the earlier session, and then I'll open it up for a Q&A as we go along. So it's just about noon, so good afternoon, and over to you, George. All right. So ladies and gentlemen, please, a round of applause to George Mwakisha, please, as we begin the next session.
Thank you. Thank you very much. All right. My name is George Mwakisha, as introduced. So I'd like to introduce our panel, right? Today we have a very interesting guest, right? And you can see how smiley they are. The lady should be in the middle, but no worries. The gentlemen are not gentlemen enough. Right? Anyway, so let's talk about Dr. Bright Gameli, right? Dr. Bright Gameli. Dr. Bright Gameli is a cybersecurity engineer lead at Mara, okay? Is the Africa Web3, which Mara is an African Web3 technology. He is also the founder of Africa Hackon, right? Africa Hackon, a cybersecurity collective dedicated in fostering cybersecurity excellence through capacity building and developing of a strong community in experts in Africa. He acquired a PhD in IT, convergence and application engineering, with concentrations in information security from Pukyong National University in South Korea. Dr. Bright, for his professionalism, is an advisory board member of EC, Council Global Advisory Board, CTIA, CyberSafe Foundation, Moringa School, African Council for Acceleration and Accountability. He has over 10 years experience of professional experience in the cybersecurity industry with strong expertise in the cybersecurity strategy building, resilience, and system penetration testing. Bright also has presented at over 245 cybersecurity conferences, lectured at various universities, and contributed to cybersecurity publications globally. He also recognized by Tribe of Hackers, Blue Team 2020. Top 40 under 40, 2016 to 2021. Of young entrepreneurs in Kenya, and worked with world-class organizations such as Dimension Data, NTT, Cellulant, and Ushahidi. Right? Dr. Bright has performed. Dr. Bright has performed evaluation and selection of cybersecurity tools and successfully implemented IT security systems to protect the confidentiality, availability, and integrity of critical business development on the cybersecurity space across the globe, and dedicated a team of players with excellence leadership qualities. Ladies and gentlemen, let's give it up for Dr. Bright. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. All right, so let's go to the lady. All right, so the lady in the house, Yvonne Kagondu, she is the co-founder of ICP Cushites, is a blockchain business consultant who utilizes her own knowledge and expertise in the blockchain of cryptocurrency to promote adoption through education and community growth strategies. Yvonne holds a Bachelor in Business Science degree in Financial Economics from Strathmore University and a Software Development Certificate from Moringa School, both she earned in 2018. Yvonne is a unique perspective. She started her career at KCB Bank, right? And then joined the digital group at Google, and also has a very wide experience working with Identity, Qubitex, Bitcoin KE, and Zippy Wallet as well. Worked as a business development manager for Paxful, and also currently working for the Kenya Blockchain Ladies DAO, where she is the founder. Let's give it up for Yvonne Kagondu. Next is a gentleman by the name Mr. Felix Macharia, all right, who's the CEO and co-founder of KotaniPay. If you've met Felix, when you ask him, just tell you I work for KotaniPay. He'll never tell you his position. But he is the Chief Executive Officer of KotaniPay, and a blockchain on-ramp and off-ramp services offers us access to the blockchain financial services to SMS users in Africa. Felix also has worked, he was a co-trustee at African Digital Asset Framework, all right, ADAF, and also co-founded the Proof of Stake node validators at EOS Nairobi, right? Let's give it up for Felix Macharia. Next in our panel, we have Mr. Nadim Anjawala, who is the Director of East and West Africa for the Binance, for Binance, right? So, Binance, you don't want to say Binance Exchange. Nadim is a well-versed director at Binance, and also worked with Uber Eats as a general manager, and he's joining. Passionate about emerging technologies, project management, artificial intelligence, and blockchain as well. He is currently the head of operations at African Blockchain Center. Ladies and gentlemen, let's give it up for Maurice Victoria. And lastly on our list, we have the CEO of Imago Africa, Mr. Ahmed Amer, who's bringing forth 15 years of experience in the financial services and developing, investing in frontier technologies. Over the last 10 years, Ahmed attracted and directed over $100 million in private capital. So he's sitting us with here. Ladies and gentlemen, let's give it up for the CEO of Imago. Thank you very much. Now let me take my seat as well. I would like to ask the ushers, please, let's bring some water for our panelists because it's about to get. First question, what is blockchain? What is blockchain? Yvonne, can you demystify that for us? And what is not blockchain? Yeah. Just tell us what's blockchain.
as someone before us, actually the lady who asked the question, said it's, in simple terms, it's an Excel sheet, she called this, a ledger. A ledger is a data recording tool that is decentralized, it's distributed, it's very transparent. So blockchain was first introduced to us with Satoshi Nakamoto's white paper. He, she, they, wrote the 10-page Bitcoin white paper and basically highlighted why we need to decentralize finance. As George mentioned earlier, my undergrad is in financial economics, and I learned how central banks, my undergrad taught me how central banks operate, why central banks are important, and right after school I learned why it's important to decentralize the financial system, and that made more sense. And basically what blockchain after Bitcoin means is we're trying to find what else needs to be decentralized. For example, at Internet Computer Protocol, we try to decentralize the internet. Yes, the internet. Why do we need to decentralize the internet? The internet right now is currently very centralized, meaning all your data, everything that you do is controlled by the big tech companies like the Googles, the Microsoft, the Facebooks, the X or Twitter. So when all these people have central control of all the data that's coming in, all the power that you have, what we call now the internet. Yeah. Another name for blockchain is Web3. Sorry.
Interesting. Mr. Felix, please tell us what makes blockchain unique?
Yeah, so there are a couple of characteristics that this technology comes with that were, very different from what we had previously. One is the ability to have something that is both transparent and decentralized at the same time. So what do you mean by transparent? Everyone can see the transactions on chain. So I can actually take in transaction ID, I can search for particular transactions, see it was sent from this account to that account. But I can't know which account I'm dealing with, right? So I'm not aware who's sending from this account to that account unless I've been constantly studying these particular accounts, and there are companies that do things like chain analysis. So we all use M-Pesa here in Kenya today. The people who have the ledger, Safaricom, they're the ones who know who holds what. They're the only ones who have visibility into the accounts. But with blockchain, it's very transparent, it's very open. It's not run by a centralized entity. It's actually run by a community of distributed servers. So if I wanted to join the Ethereum blockchain or the Cardano blockchain today, I can do so by running a server from my own house or running a server from the cloud, having the software run on that server, and I'm definitely part of that community, and I can actually earn from that community. It also distributes ownership. So that, for example, if you're looking at M-Pesa, the shareholders who have most benefit from our transaction. But in the case of blockchain protocols, especially the permissionless open ones, the fees that are gotten from transactions actually go to a community of validators. As a member of a blockchain community, I can earn tokens which are shares, and the shares in that community, and I can decide through decentralized governance. So we usually have DAOs and other forms of decentralized governance that comes with technology. The final one is the immutability aspect, which is that once a transaction is on chain and it has been validated across the whole network, it's not possible to change it. Unlike what you would do in a centralized server, I can just enter and change things. You can't do so on a blockchain.
Thank you so much. I'm coming back to you to tell us more about blockchain uniqueness in related to Botani Pay. So, what is Botani Pay really doing, and why is it leveraging blockchain? But that is a question for the next. The next question goes to Mr. Bright. We'd like you to please bring us up to speed with security. What makes you think blockchain is a secure technology?
Well, so blockchain is secure and not secure at the same time. And before people kill me about that, it is secure by design, that we all know. But see, transactions and data input has to be validated or has to be confirmed before they get onto it. So you still can't be able to manipulate data. You should be able to even intercept traffic and be able to manipulate data before it gets on chain. So there are ways of being able to actually manipulate data before it gets on the chain. But just like you said, when it gets on the chain, it's immutable, right? There have been smart contract vulnerabilities that are actually out there, where code is written by people in a way that is vulnerable, so people can actually change the way that blockchain actually works. So there are security vulnerabilities that are there. There are ways of people being able to actually compromise them. And one of the easiest is actually internal threats. So people intentionally write smart contracts that are vulnerable so that there are ways of people being able to compromise and be able to steal money and the likes. So as much as it's secure by design, has all the security protocols and everything, there are people who can actually be able to break some of them. Last week we did a masterclass and session, and I was trying to look into being able to find some vulnerabilities in a few smart contracts. And you'll see that it's still code. And if code is written by a human, there's bound to be some errors here and there. And if you don't get to check those errors before you actually commit that code publicly, you are going to face situations where people will be able to compromise them. We've seen millions of people getting to lose money on blockchains. Let's not even talk about the scams. You all know the scams that are happening. People are losing money daily because they don't understand what blockchain is or cryptocurrencies and the like. So they easily get scammed by other people who pretend to be blockchain exchanges or trading companies. Right. And they're losing a lot of money on that. So yeah, so we are not, I mean, there's still a lot of work to be done there.
There's still a lot more to be done, and that brings us to the next question to Nadeem, which you should tell us about the current regulatory frameworks and the challenges surrounding cryptocurrencies and blockchain technology in Kenya and Africa at large.
Thanks, Mugisha. So as we look at it, there are three regulatory bodies that governing blockchain and sort of the use of cryptocurrencies here. As I speak to cryptocurrencies more specifically, the first is the Capital Markets Authority. As has been happening globally, the Capital Markets Authority deem cryptocurrencies to be securities, and they want to be able to build out a legislative framework that regulates the space. And so our interaction with the Capital Markets Authority of Kenya, they're very pro-innovation. They currently have a sandbox. They're still trying to understand what the space looks like and how to regulate it. But I think, in essence, very pro-regulation. The second entity that governs the crypto space specifically is the Central Bank of Kenya. As Simone mentioned, she learned how money should be centrally issued and then decentrally issued. And I think the central bank are scratching their heads around that as well. And rightly so. They're gatekeepers of the Kenya shilling, the Kenyan economy. How should things be run? They see crypto as a foreign investment class. How do they deal with it? And at this point in time, they've said to all banks as a directive not to deal in crypto. What I would like to think is that they're trying to understand the framework individually. Sorry, can you hear me? They're trying to understand the framework individually before they become more directive in their regulation. The third entity that we're currently seeing is the Kenya Revenue Authority. And I think it seems like most people here may pay taxes or of tax-paying age. And as you will appreciate, that the Kenya Revenue Authority currently has a huge budget deficit. Their income is much smaller than their expenditure. And so they're looking at creative ways of expanding how they collect. And of course, by virtue of what they believe the crypto and the blockchain space looks like, is they think there's a lot of money to be made there. And as a result, the current finance bill introduces a 3% digital asset tax, which is essentially a turnover tax, in order to capture some of the the flow of funds that happen within the space. Now we have our own opinions as to sort of how the space, what it should look like, etc. But to answer your question, Mukisha, this is currently the regulatory framework we've seen. There are certain smaller bodies that we're encountering with, the FRC, so it's known as the Financial Review Center. They're coming in with some anti-money laundering, counter-terrorism financing pieces that is more sort of World Bank driven in terms of making sure that flow of funds are somewhat safe. That anti-money laundering regulations are in place, and there's no terrorism financing happening through that. But by and large, it's the three. It's the CMA, it's the CBK, and it's the Kenya Revenue Authority here in Kenya specifically.
Thank you so much, Nadim, for that. Mr. Bright mentioned that quite a number of Kenyans are being scammed, and like we've just seen, a few Kenyans have lost billions of Kenyan shillings to some scam, right? I think the last one, which was on the media, was BTCM, right? BTCM, something like that. And Kenyans keep losing money over and over, and it looks like it's not ending. So, Mr. Morris, we'd like you to tell us what can we effectively do other than, what more can the blockchain and cryptocurrency education ensure we effectively use the mainstream media to understand adoption and other technologies, and how can we diverse the education institution, industries, and communities as well to push the education front?
Thank you. I think as you mentioned, a lot of people don't understand how the tech works. So ideally how the scam is working is you're going to make 10%, 20% within 24 hours. So it's more or less of a bait. Then we are afraid of going in taking the steps to go and learn the technology itself. I want to rely on a second party or third party to do that. So I believe we need to do more on education and massive education, both on crypto and blockchain as a technology itself. Currently things look like it's a wait and see. So I believe like the initiative we have with Mara is educate, educate, educate. And people need to do their own research and do deep research. WorldCoin hit within the last 48 hours. Everybody is now on WorldCoin. You don't understand the tokenomics, you don't understand what it's between, but now everybody is rushing to WorldCoin. People are buying, yet you don't understand when a coin is listed, it goes up, then comes down. Then you lose your money. Crypto is a scam. So ideally, I think we need to do, as institutions, we need to focus more on educating, like mass education. More or less like when we have elections, we have mass education of the public. We need to go deeper. We can do collaborations in terms of education, partner with, say, TVETs, universities, colleges, introduce these courses early. If it's, in fact, we are discussing we need to do blockchain for teens. Like when, mostly in Kenya, when people leave high school, you have a whole year or 2 years at home. That's a whole space we can tap into and educate everyone and everyone. Yes, and people need to do their own research as opposed to just jumping on quick money.
Right.
Yes.
Educate everyone and anyone. Mr. Ahmed, we'd like you to add a few points on that and also expound to us on the evolving of the blockchain technology and the potential future prospects and the trends in Africa as well.
All right. I want to add something to the previous question. So in addition to education, regulation is also very important. When something is banned, it becomes really interesting and suspenseful to attain it. So if there is regulation, people won't chase scams, people won't chase coins, people won't chase get-rich-quick schemes. And the moment there is regulation, there's a lot of education that comes with it as well. So education becomes regulation, and it's not two different things operating in two different silos. So, and we've seen this in a lot of markets. So when Coinbase was
legal in the US. A lot of people were very educated on, what coins to buy. Same thing with Robinhood. Robinhood started as an equities sort of trading platform, and then they started introducing crypto, and crypto was sort of on the fringe of regulation. And so when things are regulated, it becomes more sort of mass-produced, and more people have more access to it, and it becomes mainstream. And it's not, if you're fortunate and can afford to have a wallet or can afford to have a VPN or something of that sort. So I think education and regulation go hand in hand. But the regulation is also a very slippery slope because when I think regulation, I immediately think really old men in suits telling people what to do, which shouldn't be the case. Regulation should be private sector informing the regulators what the best sort of courses and pathways are. That's how any government really should operate. When you're about to instill laws and regulations, you ask the constituents and the ecosystem, what do you think about this? Is this good? Is this a detriment for the business? Is it good for the people, et cetera, et cetera? So good regulation, if that's a thing, and education. How has blockchain evolved? That's a good question, and I think it can be approached from many different angles. I started learning about blockchain through Bitcoin. I bought my first Bitcoin in 2012. But there were blockchain applications happening in the back end. Always when these new developments are happening and coming out, 9 out of 10 times they originate in a military lab. And 20 years later, oh look, blockchain is here. It's this new technology that no one's ever heard of before. Not really. It's been around for a while, but it was DARPA. That's the military lab that a lot of things originate in. When Satoshi Nakamoto became a household name, there were active blockchain applications happening on the back end, especially in financial services. Very hush-hush, very test pilots, but they were happening. And 2014, 2015 is, I think, when it really started taking off on sort of bank infrastructure. So that's interbank trades and central bank to sort of network bank infrastructure in Europe. With that came a lot of digital identity stuff. 2015 is when the DLT for identity solution was developed with the UN. It failed miserably, and it was then taken over by Hyperledger. There were similar solutions that were built focused on DLT for identity. In 2015, also UPS, the global logistics delivery, like FedEx, but they're US-based. They started experimenting and piloting with blockchain infrastructure for traceability and delivery. So 2014, 2015 is when things started becoming really hot, I think. Fast forward to 2018, 2019, some people made a lot of money on blockchain. I wasn't one of them.
Are you sure?
And then, I started hearing, my mom's friends telling me about, what is this thing called Bitcoin? When your mom's friends start telling you about Bitcoin, it's like mainstream now, And I think that's when it really started taking off from a application sort of perspective. Not just institutional, but also individual. People started buying coins left, right, and center. People started developing solutions on chain. I remember seeing companies. I started investing in blockchain startups in 2015, and they weren't very common. There were a handful in emerging markets, though, primarily Brazil. Brazil, by the way, is a very interesting use case. If you guys are curious and have some time, the regulation in Brazil is next level. They are really full steam ahead with crypto and blockchain regulation. Anyway, back to what we were talking about. So it's evolved significantly, and now, we're seeing massive numbers of blockchain startups emerge from Africa, tackling a lot of the issues we see just because blockchain as a tech solves a lot of these problems that we deal with on a daily basis. So it's been sort of an organic evolution of the usage of blockchain, but always the scale of anything has to do with its bankability and monetization. So if Bitcoin didn't exist, I think blockchain would have taken a lot longer to become a thing. But people getting rich quick is always a real incentive for people to get into something. So yeah.
Great one. Thank you so much for that detailed explanation. We want to give our audience an opportunity to ask a few questions. And please, let's have some mics going around. Yeah, I can see one hand there, and see 2, 3. Wow, we have quite a number. Feel free to point your question to a specific panelist. And as we do that, I would like to know from Yvonne, ICP Cushites have been doing quite a number of events across East Africa. And we'd like to, actually not only Yvonne, but everyone else, we'd like you to tell us, with this blockchain evolution and revolution and push, what are our individual companies as well doing exactly? We need to know what Kotani Pay is doing, and so on, just to make sure we grow. But before we come to that, let's listen to our audience.
Hello, thank you so much. My name is Kebaya.
Please feel free to stand up for the cameras as well.
Oh, thank you. My name is Kebaya from Hella Money. My question is actually not a question, but a comment. I think the easiest way to deal with the scams is from the ramping side. Because at one point, somebody has to buy this crypto, isn't it? So they either buy it at Binance or Kotani or whatever. So I think the education point can be at the ramping side. A basic question like, why are you buying this? Are you investing it somewhere? I don't know. That can be a point of tackling scams, isn't it?
Yes. Yes and no. If you look at social engineering, which is basically hacking the human brain, I'll give a typical example. A group of women around the world were scammed because they felt they were invested in crypto trading. And I reviewed the videos, I reviewed all the evidences. Trust me, they had really nice Zoom videos. They're showing them videos from Singapore, live, yeah? Like they're seeing data centers. It looks so beautiful. Trust me, if you're a first timer, even you will actually get on. And the fact that when you join, you get 10,000 Kenya shillings as a token. You can actually take that 10,000 Kenya shillings off M-Pesa. And these guys were in Kenya. So they came to Kenya, they've gone to so many countries that they allow you to be able to take your cash off, but they're mostly doing it through banks. And so they're giving you money. So when you get the money, what do? You trust them, right? And they tell you, keep bringing in more money, and the graph actually shows that it's growing. And I logged in, I saw the graph, it was steadily growing, and when it grows to even 20,000 Kenya shillings, you still can't off-ramp into your bank account. So when that happens, what do? You add more money. So people kept on adding more and more, and then when they get to a level that's almost 40,000, 50,000 Kenya shillings, they tell you, if you introduce another person, yeah, I mean, it's up to you. You don't have to do it, but if you introduce another person, you actually will, your percentage will go by like 2% or something like that. So what do? You go convince somebody else. And if you see if you show me now you're able to withdraw money and you've only invested like 10,000 at the beginning, what do? You get more people. They got people to actually put in millions. I know there's the lady who actually brought this to me had put in 1.5 million Kenyan shillings. And then one day the site froze. Like everything literally froze. And I'm like, these guys are bad. At least make it interactive a little bit. That you can start clicking. It froze. It was a simple JavaScript at the back end. I tried to find out who owns the website. I tried to trace the people. And after 4 or 5 days, shut down completely. These guys are a ghost. And the server they're using, we call it a bulletproof server. That bulletproof server, you cannot find who owns that server. There's no traceability of where it's been registered. If you have to go to so many courts to even get that detail. It's not in any of even a European country or something like that. You can actually use the court of law to investigate. And now who are you going to tell? You're going to tell the law enforcement or Kilimani police station, I've been scammed on this website. So a lot of things are social engineering. 2 months ago, a group of 17 men in Kenya, the least amount of money they've put on a trading platform was 1 million shillings. Most of them put in 4 million, 5 million Kenyan shillings, and they all lost their money. So it's social engineering. They use your friends, they use people, and they make you, and then that one as well. The way to join that is what? Is it KMTC? Or is it this scam? I forgot the name. No, there's a K somewhere. I'll look for that name. And then all of them, apparently, when you join, the first amount of money they give you is 15,000 Kenyan shillings. And they have agents who actually give you the cash. So there's somebody who's M-Pesa, send M-Pesa to everybody. Like, oh, you've joined. M-Pesa. And that person has been given a lot of money. So social engineering goes a long way, and that's why with education can be done, yes, on the side of things. I think also when the law gets into place and it's been regulated, we sure can see how these people are actually off-ramping and be able to trace the people through, like say, the M-Pesa registration details like that. But for now, it's quite hard.
It's quite hard for now. Binance is one of the world's leading cryptocurrency trading exchange globally. And in the East African region, it has put its footprints widely, right? So it has quite a number of users on the P2P platform who keep buying and selling cryptocurrency to each other, and some withdraw that cryptocurrency to scams. Mr. Nadeem Anjarwalla, please elaborate to us, how can we curb this crypto through Binance and through the on-ramping side, as our audience has asked?
Yeah, thanks, Mokisha. So for those of you who don't know, Mokisha built Binance here in Africa. So he was one of the first team members and has since moved on to bigger things. But I think specifically for his question on P2P, how do we mitigate? So for those of you who don't know, what happens is because you can't...
I'm the CEO and co-founder of AlphaBlock, and my question goes to Nadeem. I know you've been dealing a lot with the regulators, so I just wanted to hear your perspective on the digital asset tax. Do you think it's heavily a misunderstanding of what digital assets are, or is it more of a way to, maybe they're scared of losing control over their currencies and trying to just suffocate the digital currency adoption? What do you think?
Next question, and then we'll pick them at once. Yeah, please. Just put it on.
So my question is, how will you make sure that it is translated to the
Thanks, Trevor, and I believe it's Lydia. Lydia for those questions. I think how we'll start this is I can't speak on behalf of the regulators in terms of why they put a tax out there. What I will say is that when a tax is put out by the regulatory authority via the central bank, who the central bank may not want to see any of this happen, the revenue authority wants to tax it, right? So to answer your question is, number one, it is likely that they just want a piece of the pie. Right? They're seeing that this is happening. It's happening, on chain. They don't have much control over it or much visibility on it, and therefore implementing this law allows them to take one step towards that direction. As Binance, do we think that's the right move? Absolutely not. Why not? So we've we've data collected over, and we've had. The third part of it is it's logistically a challenge, right? You trade between BTC and Ripple 3% of what? You're trading with someone in the US who pays the tax on buying or selling, right? What does the 3% look like? Is it Kenya shilling? Is it Ripple? Is it BTC? Is it ENB, right? If they want us to, if they expect the exchange to remit, what are we remitting? Right? So there's a whole lot of uncertainty around that. So we've encouraged them to open up wallets on Binance. KRA specifically, they looked at me with a lot of confused faces. And then lastly is, there's a little bit of a departure here. So it's a case of, family members disagreeing around a dining table, and someone wants the food, or someone wants food, and the other person doesn't want to cook it. So the question is, KRA, you want to tax this, but if CBK has told all banks not to, even if you give us your bank account details, the bank will say, we don't want our license revoked, send money back. Right? So there's a whole conundrum here, and I think it's a little early, it's a bit too early in the space for this to really. So there are other potential avenues of how or what this would look like if that's been adopted globally that we think is better practice that doesn't include an isolated tax on this space. That's your question.
Thank you, Nadim. I think we all know what Binance does up to this point in time. We'd like to give our panelists 1 minute each to explain to us what is it that they're doing with this blockchain technology. Starting with Yvonne.
Just to go back to the previous question, it's so triggering, considering someone who's been in this space for like 5 years, and I think at this point where we are more than ever in Kenya, we need to stop working in silos. We need to stop, Binance is doing this, ASP is doing this, and we actually need to have an active blockchain association to actually counter this, because we had a roundtable the other day organized by Impact Plus, by Polygon, and we had lawyers in the table, and we found out only one person was acting and supported to actually ask the government that it's actually legal to double tax us in the crypto industry. This is someone's personal, it would be my whole career going down if actually what you're saying happens, the industry would go down. Maybe I just urge the players in the room, if we could have a conversation, have a round table, let's see how we can support the current blockchain association as industries, as people, as traders, as builders. Had to see that. On ICP push sites, we are a proud sponsor of the event. We are hoping to, of course, do what everyone is talking about here. We're hoping to educate more people. And most of our end game is to encourage building in Africa. For the longest time, Africa has been a huge adopter for blockchain and cryptocurrency products. We're not building enough. Africans are not building enough in as much as the use case of blockchain in Africa is uniquely different, and it's uniquely different to the developed countries. So it's really important that us as Africans create solutions for the challenges that we have here in Africa. So we encourage building, and we're starting out by, of course, our campus tours to educate, to evangelize blockchain technology and the Internet Computer Protocol. And currently we've started a course on how to build on blockchain, and we're hoping to incubate and also launch products, of course on the ICP. And we want to partner, we're looking for partnership in case you want to work with us, please, I'm in the room, and talk to me.
Thank you so much. But before you go, just half a minute. You, by extension, just tell us something a bit about the Ladies DAO.
Okay, the Kenya Blockchain Ladies DAO. It's, as I mentioned, I've been in the States for about 5 years, and we were very few, like in a room like this. I'm happy to see a bit of diversity, but when we were starting out, we were very little. And it was our initiative, I don't call it mine, but we bring together women, pioneering women such as myself, Rosaline over there, and we mentor other Kenyan women on how to build themselves in the blockchain ecosystem. We don't believe that it's only one way. The blockchain industry is mostly dominated by traders and developers, but there's so much more that Kenyan women can do. Like, for example, I had the SCP ecosystem in East Africa. You can be, there's so many things, there's so many complementary roles that you can do in blockchain that women tend shy of trading and development. It's made both of them are usually male dominated, but there's so many things you can do. With the long run goal is to reduce youth unemployment in Kenya, because that's an issue that we face, but of course targeting women. Just to shamelessly shield myself, today we have an event in the evening. After this event, we're hosting Layer 2 Ethereum friends from all over the world, and they're looking also to support builders. So please join us at the Maxwell Africa Impact Month. Thank you.
Thank you.
Emergo Africa is the investment and commercial arm of the Layer 1 chain Cardano. Our MO is to really grow the Cardano community in Africa, and we do this through our investment activities. We are an active Web3 investor, but we also are an active Web2, Web3 investor, meaning we identify Web2 companies that can have a lot more impact and can scale and can grow cross-border once they become Web3 companies. And we do this migration ourselves. We have a strong team of devs and coders who build solutions on Cardano. Examples of companies we've invested in terms of sectors are fintech, payments, lending, remittance, climate change, exchanges, gamification, education, payment infrastructure, blockchain infrastructure, NFT marketplaces. We also build solutions on Cardano for bigger institutions, so Fortune 500s, financial institutions, and sovereign entities. And we spend a lot of time doing quite a bit of education around what it means to integrate blockchain, what it means to integrate crypto, digital currencies, stablecoins, and tokenization, and how useful that is for the ecosystem and the economy. We recently issued a report on the state of Web3 in Africa. We did a deep dive together with PwC and looked at what blockchain and crypto and Web3 as a whole is doing, and what it means in Kenya, Nigeria, South Africa primarily, and looking at use cases in other more developed markets like the UAE, primarily ADGM and DIFC, and where they are with sort of attracting the best talent. We really believe in the power and the impact of blockchain and what it can do for the continent. And we're here to really help scale that, educate folks, train folks, invest in folks, and really help put Africa on the map when it comes to blockchain growth and scale. On your way out, there should be some copies of the State of Web3 in Africa report on the table at the end by the water bottles. So please do pick one up on your way out. And you'll find it very insightful. It's a very easy read. And it delves into the different things I mentioned, in addition to why it's really relevant right now, especially with the current macroeconomic landscape globally, and more so here in Africa. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Kotani.
And maybe just to add to Yvonne's and Nadim's point, I think it's important that we, as the community, are active participants in the finance bill. Of course, right now it's a political issue, but there's actually an initiative by one of our lawyer friends in the Blockchain Association of Kenya to raise funds for a case in court, and he's involving the best tax lawyers in town. There are only two,
So, and they're very expensive. So we already have several pledges and commitments, and I think we'll be successful in raising those funds, so that then we can make our case separately from the rest of the finance bill on some of the best approaches we have seen globally when it comes to digital assets. For Kotani Pay, we mostly focus on on-ramp, off-ramp. On-ramp means you're moving from local currencies to digital assets. Off-ramp means you're moving from digital assets to local currencies. And we do this through three main products. We have an API, an SMS wallet, and something we call the stablecoin settlement solution. Very briefly, the SMS wallet is for non-smartphone users. We have a large number of non-smartphone users in Africa, about 60% of the African population. So we give them an SMS wallet. They basically have SMS interface, but in the background, it's a blockchain wallet. And that wallet has been used extensively by NGOs when it comes to cash transfers, universal basic income. It was used by the, this project, the AI project to train algorithms. So they're using that to pay workers in Kibra. We also have an API.
World Food Program?
So we worked with Massico, Appen, and World Food Program on the microtask pilot. And then we also have an API that serves mostly exchanges, wallets, because today if you're, and I've been doing this for a long time. I've been in crypto since 2016. I've been doing Kotani Pay since 2019. You'll need to go to every country and connect to the local regulator, perhaps apply for a license, perhaps connect to the telco if you can, so that then you can, cash out your users. So what we do is we give them a unified API that allows cash out in Kenya, Ghana, Zambia, and South Africa. And soon we'll be expanding to Tanzania and Rwanda. I'm actually just from Tanzania, and there are interesting things happening in that space. The final one is a stablecoin settlement solution, also on-ramp, off-ramp. And that one is focused on businesses that want access to USD. As you know, we have a US dollar shortage in Africa. Banks will usually cap this at maybe, $50,000 for businesses that are doing up to $1 million. And so businesses are looking at alternatives, and one of the major alternatives is regulated stablecoins like USDC, for example. So we enable these businesses to source for these stablecoins. So those are the three primary ways in which we participate in the ecosystem. And I want to thank Imago, they're one of our investors through Adaverse, and anyone else who has supported us in our work.
Thank you very much.
Yes, so at ABC, we are doing a couple of things. So at ABC, we are focusing on blockchain engineering.
What is ABC?
Africa Blockchain Center. Yes. So far, currently, we have a class of around 100 developers in class, training on Algorand protocol. So it's one of the protocols we want to do to build on. Beginning in August, we also have another class on Cardano. On this, we've partnered with IOG, that is Input Output Global for the SEM. So with the model on Cardano, we're going to have physical classes in Nairobi. Then we're going to have a 6-week session. So ideally, our target is to at least, with the nature of Cardano and those who understand building on Cardano, our target is to graduate at least another 100 set. Besides that, we're doing a lot of research and development. So what we found out is as we do the training, we find a lot of interesting projects. So we take these projects into our R&D department. These are viable projects. We more or less invest in them in terms of resources, in terms of senior developers, in terms of architecture. And these projects, we push them to MVPs. So under R&D as well, we partnered with 2 universities. So ideally, it's for their end-of-year projects. We can be able to convert them into Web 2 to Web 3. Also, in terms of training with the universities, we have a train of trainers toolkit. So ideally, it's just bringing on board lecturers and trainers and professors into this class. So it's ideally just to bridge the gap between tech and academia. So beginning this August, we have lecturers from 1 university joining the class. just to ensure that we have continuity and scalability. So besides that, at ABC, we do incubation. As we mentioned, these projects that we are more or less under R&D. We invest in them. One of the most successful project could be CryptSense, which was the first project we invested in. Besides that, we do a lot of research. We've done research for Afrexim Bank. We've done research with Moonstake. We've worked hand in hand with Amago on NFT marketplaces for Africa. So in a nutshell, I think that's ABC. Do we need to we put on another hat?
No, that's enough. Thank you so much. Let's finalize with Dr. Bright.
So yeah, very simple. So we have Mara and then there's Mara Foundation. Not the Mara Foundation you know in Rwanda. They're two different things. So Mara is not really in Kenya. Mara Foundation is what we are operating in Kenya. And the Mara has, just like Kotani Pay, an on-ramp, off-ramp wallet, mostly Nigeria. And we just recently built our layer 2 chain. In fact, we just worked with ABC and CryptSense to do a whole week training on people to be able to build on that protocol, just to make it very easy for a lot of Africans to be able to build on blockchain. Just like Yvonne said, a lot of things have been done in silos, and also what you said as well. And the market is big enough for everybody. And the more we educate people, the more we get them to be able to build on blockchain. And so the Mara chain, layer 2 chain, is just to make sure that it's easy for anybody to build on the chain. It was quite a successful, this is our first, lesson actually we did. And we saw how easily it was for guys who were Web3 enthusiasts or software developers who are not even blockchain developers to be able to build on that. We also have an OTC desk, again, mainly operating starting from Nigeria and looking to expand to all other countries. Of course, the regulatory processes are the things that are stopping a lot of people from being able to do that. So that conversation you started, we need to be able to find a way. If we need to go get all the money and support our tax lawyers in court, we need to find a way to get it done. One of our main bargain is Circle. So we work a lot with Circle. They have a very nice, the APIs used to be so complicated when you start with, for blockchain developers here, if you can see that. But they have a very nice programmable wallet APIs, which are quite easy for people to use, for a lot of fintechs to be able to plug in as well. So we are trying to also let people get to know that there's so many usages of blockchain, and we need to start seeing real-life applications being built on it. Very few players are building on blockchain. We need to see a lot more outcome, that we can be having the conversations on building real estate solutions, land, fintechs and everything, but we need to see more outcome of it so that it becomes a very easy conversation that everybody can understand the way we understand M-Pesa. So yeah, that is
interesting.
Yeah.
But, this guy has a story to tell us, a 1-minute story, and he has to share with us right about now. But just before he does that, I would like to introduce you to Trust Wallet. So Trust Wallet is a decentralized wallet, right? It was first started in 2017. During the same time, Binance was also being launched by a gentleman by the name Victor. And it was acquired by Binance in 2018, right? So it's the decentralized wallet which enables you to be a custodian of your own crypto assets, right? That means there is no central party in between. It's you and your crypto wallet, right? So the main thing here, you have to know how to protect your assets by yourself. So it's a non-custodial wallet. And then one more thing, of course, you have to, there's a range of products, and also supports over 73 chains, right, globally. So that's a topic for another day. But for now, we'd like to hear how Dr. Bright, the chief of cybersecurity, lost his private keys.
So anyway, something I didn't mention about Mara Foundation is like we're looking for partnerships to spread the word about blockchain. So any partnership that we can do, we started with ABC and CryptSense. It was really nice. I would like to do it more with everybody else. I love the report that Morgan did on that report was just spectacular. I think, please, everybody should pick up that book and read. You will get a lot of information. I lost my crypto wallet. Somebody gave me Bitcoin at the beach. I was educating me, and I was like, man, are you sure this is going to work?
When was that?
That was in 2014. I was in South Korea, in Busan at the beach, and this guy gave me crypto. And at that time, I can't remember how much it was, but right now it should be worth millions. And I shared with another friend later when I came to Kenya, and that guy even reminded me the other day on LinkedIn. He's like, do you remember me? We met at the airport. You gave me Bitcoin, and I also lost the key. And I'm like, same, I also lost my key. And I lost my key because the recovery, how do you call it, questions and everything, they're all about 10 on Mycelium, those days of Mycelium. Yeah, I wrote all of them down on the paper. So I took half of that and instead of protecting this, I left half in my parents' house. Now I don't know where I kept it in my parents' house, so I had half of it. The half that I had, I shared with my ex-girlfriend. I can't go ask her for obvious reasons. For obvious reasons. But the other half is somewhere in my parents' house. They moved out back to Ghana. So I've lost a lot of money, which, yeah. Right now, Binance has, okay, I'm a Muslim. Binance, which has 2FA, has authenticators for you to be able to recover your stuff easily. But those days, I wrote everything down on paper. So much for cybersecurity.
Ladies and gentlemen, that marks the end of our session. Thank you so much to our panelists. Please, let's give them a round of applause as they leave the stage. Oh, yeah, we can take a photo.
And I was well moderated by Mokisha as well. So please, a round of applause to the moderator and the panelists as they take their group photo. So I'll wait. Okay, hold on. Sorry, I noticed the cameras are on this side, but some people are taking pictures. Please make sure you tweet hashtag KBCC 2023 on any pictures, content. It'll be nice to see what you all got there. Thank you to our great panelists and moderator as well. I want to appreciate you, and you take your seats. Are we good? Thank you. Awesome. Thank you very much. Thank you so much. And we're getting ready now for our next deliberations. But just before we do that, I'm advised that we need to step out for a quick treasure hunt. And this is going to be conducted by ICP, Mara Foundation, and Benisu as well. If you could just position yourself. We're going in for our treasure hunt. I'm going to ask ICP, Mara, and Benisu to be in their breakout rooms. We're going to take a short break. Ladies and gentlemen, at this point in time, we'll be breaking. As you notice now, we're just about 120, if I can say. I think when we push through from the morning. So thank you so much for those of us who've just joined us as well. And again, I mentioned that we have some of our participants who are just joining us online. Leave your materials just on your seats. So just leave everything on your seat. We're just taking a quick break. What will happen is as you exit, you'll see our ushers in white. Then you just follow the instructions that are printed on the wall. So you just exit just by the registration desk, turn right, okay? Then follow the instructions just by the wall. You'll go around the block and then come back to the room for our next panel. That should just take us 10 minutes. If you could do that in groups of 10, just leave your stuff on the chairs, please. It's all safe. It's all safe in the room. We're just taking a 10-minute break, going around the treasure hunt, and then coming back. If I can have Madam Rosaline Wanjiru, please come up, who's going to be your moderator for the next session. And then let's be back in just under 10 minutes for us to start. We'll exit using the rear door.
Okay, we'll have Kebaya stepping in for Frida. Great. That makes up our panel. We also have panelists. Packs, you have the notebooks that also has the program and also has a link to the slide where we'll be interacting on. I would suggest that we also, just as we go along, because after this panel we'll break straight for lunch, but we would want to just, I will be taking the questions off slide as well, so just to save more time. So please make sure you also just in tune. On your packs you have the notebooks, so we can go ahead onto that bit during the panel so we can make it interactive. So, ladies and gentlemen, it's now over to who's going to take us through. Pass on the mic.
Thank you very much for this great opportunity to be part of the Kenya Blockchain Conference.
seen some pilots done, some in South Africa, to sort of try out payments and settlement. But generally speaking, I would say that in terms of African institutional adoption that we have seen is more on the other blockchain use cases. So for example, the identity use case, data management use case. We've seen in Uganda, for example, the Crypto Savannah team, which is part of, which is where Linux derives from, has been able to start registering the SIM cards onto the blockchain. And what that does is it makes sure that that data is immutable. I know in Kenya there have been some other projects that are along those lines, trying to get data immutability as well as being able to verify. We see in Ethiopia as well. I know Cardano, I saw the gentleman from Imago, I know Cardano is basically doing registration of student certificates. So long story short, I think globally we see it in the financial ecosystem, that the adoption at an institutional level in Africa, more so the other blockchain use cases.
Right. Thank you for sharing that perspective. I think one of the frustrations of blockchain adoption in Africa especially has been, and that's not such a bad thing, because when we talk about healthcare, agriculture, education, and let's say, for example, land, which is going to prompt me slightly to bring in the next panelist to give his remarks, is that we have so many gaps in terms of data, and we agree the pain points cut across all industries, right? So, Robert, allow me to bring the conversation over to you. In terms of blockchain and especially land registry as it relates from especially a legal perspective, what's your experience been, especially as a professional in the space? And with that, please introduce yourself as you share your story.
So, hi everyone, my name is Robert. For those who don't know me, at least I've met most of you in the room. I'm a lawyer. I serve as the chairperson of the Blockchain Technology Subcommittee at the Law Society of Kenya, Nairobi branch. I'm also a founder. I'm a founder at Cherry Online. I'm sure you've seen it somewhere. Cherry Online is a platform. It's a platform which promotes access to justice and access to legal information. And we have a bias or a focus towards Web3 and blockchain, because like our previous panel when they said, the biggest use case of blockchain will be education and awareness. So that's what we're doing at Cherry Online. But now with a bias on the legal and regulatory side of things, so legal. I'm also a founder at MyShamba Digital. I'm the CEO, and it's a project that I've built to make real estate transactions simpler, and how you tend to do that is providing a platform that can tokenize real estate. So yeah, straight to your question on adoption of Web3 in the real estate sector, especially the lands with a focus on land registries, if I'm correct. So if you go to Kenya and look at a history of adoption of blockchain in real estate transactions. So the first place we go to is the 2018 blockchain report by the Blockchain Task Force, whereby it recognized the various use cases of blockchain and other emerging digital technologies, and land and real estate was one of them, and the land registry was quite, it was mentioned. So essentially, in Kenya, if I was to ask a question, how many of you know someone or have been a victim of land fraud or real estate fraud? I'm sure half the room or 3/4 of the room would go up, right? So essentially, the use case here or the value proposition is using blockchain for land transactions, right? Land transactions. So if you're buying or selling land, so essentially the report, the Blockchain Task Force report, advocated for the land registry, the land register being put in the blockchain. But now the thing is, how will it be done so, right? Because, it's public documents, like all your information. So if you put it on a public blockchain, data privacy concerns and data protection issues. So there are also questions to that. But yeah, in terms of using blockchain as for storing land titles, it's part of the roadmap for Kenya. It's been done in various countries. Georgia have managed to do it. They have a whole blockchain-based land registry. So this means that real estate transactions, for example, if you're buying or selling land, all the transactions are recorded in the land register at the Ministry of Lands for the respective countries. So there's Georgia and Sweden and Brazil as well, who successfully implemented pilot programs for blockchain-based land registries. So all transactions are happening there, they're being recorded there. This reduces the instances of fraud, right? Like our previous panelist said,
The whole point of a blockchain is immutable, meaning it cannot be changed. And if you come to the fraud, the whole point of fraud is someone can change your details. So let's say, for example, Solomon owns land in Kenya. He doesn't, he goes to Uganda. Someone else notices he's not around, and like there hasn't been any activity in that parcel, decides to sell it, connives with a land register official, and they change the details at the land registry, right? So with blockchain, you can't do that. So that's the value proposition of that. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much. One of our panelists is joining us online, so allow me to extend the floor to Conrad. Thank you so much, Conrad. Conrad will give us some remarks, share some insights to do with central bank digital currencies, and we'll carry forward from there.
Hi, can everyone hear me? Equivalence of cash. and CBDCs might, depending on what central bank wants to achieve, attract a nominal rate of interest. There have been talks in terms of CBDCs perhaps being able to have negative interest rates, but many central banks have shied away from this approach due to obvious reasons, of course. The second one would be privacy. We know that cash is very private, somewhat anonymous, let's say, in terms of payment. Unfortunately, due to its digital format, CBDCs are unlikely to be as private as physical cash, but then again, it does have other benefits such as programmability, and there will be all manner of use cases that would be facilitated by programmability. Purpose-bound money, for instance, being one of them, and programmability of payments as well as programmability of money. We know that this has attracted a lot of attention of late, with many central banks actually banning the implementation of CBDCs because of this potential infringement, let's say, on civil liberties. And I think I'd just like to stop there because I wouldn't want to hog the microphone too much, and hand it back to you.
All right, thank you so much for sharing your insights. We can appreciate that at this point in the industry, use cases are actually gaining some traction, and the conversation on each of these, be it from exchange, land registry, and now central bank digital currencies, there's so many lessons to pick actually from what they're doing. And even if a lesson or an implementation does not work in one sector, it can be extended to another sector. So allow me to bring on board the next speaker and panelist from Helemani, I believe. Thank you so much. Please give us the perspective now, decentralized finance, and an introduction of what you do, and basically your application of blockchain in the industry.
Thank you so much. Greetings from Frida Karani, our CMO and co-founder at Helemani. I'm Kebaya, I'm the CTO at Helemani. So we are building a Web3 platform that has embedded finance in it, insurance, credit, loans, and etc. DeFi, it's a portmanteau on decentralized finance, meaning financial activities operating in a decentralized manner to allow public participation. You do know that right now traditional finance is closed, in the sense that if I'm to do something financial, I have to go to a bank, I have to have an account with that bank. If I'm to get a loan with that bank, they have to have my credit history and all that. With decentralized finance, it's open ground, meaning you, with your wallet, you can participate in staking pools, you can earn an interest on your tokens, on your digital assets, and etc. Why is this appealing for Africa? In the sense that the barriers, the gatekeepers to traditional finance are no longer there. You, in the comfort of your home, with your digital assets, you can loan it out, earn an interest. You can also take a loan against your assets, and the opportunities are virtually immense and open to the 1 billion users in Africa. The main problem with DeFi in Africa is actually the protocols are too complicated. We need to create a way that the interface is very easy to use, similar to your M-Pesa wallet. Imagine a DeFi application that operates like your M-Pesa wallet. Very clean, very easy to use. You do not need the complexities of 24 seed phrases, all that can operate in the background. So if you are able to make DeFi applications UX very easy, we can be able to bring in the 1 billion users in Africa. Thank you.
Oh, that's powerful. I think I'll pick an insight that you've actually mentioned. How many of you in the audience have tried to interact with either MetaMask or any decentralized finance application? All right, I see most of you Okay, how many of you have had an active headache thanks to DeFi? Hands up, thank you. DeFi definitely, as he has said, needs to go a long way in making the user experience easy, because without this language, it's already technical. Without it being easy for the average user, it's still going to be, a hotbed of scams, because scams will definitely leverage the things that people do not know. And I think one example recently, quite PTCM, not to deviate too much, is that when they tell people daily returns and guaranteed returns, those are two keywords. If anybody ever tells me, I will just tell them, please, if you love your money, get it out right away. And if you know someone who has been told about guaranteed returns and daily returns in one sentence, that is a huge red flag, right? So I'd be keen to follow, how we can, especially differentiate the difference between things like yield and yield farming, because they identify. Maybe we need to rebrand them, perhaps, because the truth is that scammers will keep promising daily returns, and that will be the trap that brings in so many people who are unaware of how these financial aspects work. So allow me to bring it also now to a banking perspective. I think we're getting to hear from the different sectors of finance. And thank you also to each of the panelists for just bringing the aspect of the use case so clearly, because moderating a finance panel, not exactly the easiest job, but I'm having a good time at it. So, we have a lot of jargon here, but I thank the panelists for making it a friendly conversation. So, from the Kenya Bankers Association perspective, what's the experience? And please, by extension, give an introduction of yourself and what you do.
Thank you, Roslyn. My name is Edwin Sikini, the chairperson of the Kenya Bankers Association Cryptocurrency Task Force. The task force was basically formed by virtue of the fact that there was a realization that crypto is here with us. And with that, it was only reasonable for bankers to start acclimatizing with this new phenomenon called cryptocurrency, crypto asset, or as we may want to call them. Just to answer your question, banking, or rather the banking sector, derives its guidance specifically from central bank. And to be very honest, central bank as well gets a lot of policy guidance from the Bank of International Settlement. Now, with respect to cryptocurrencies and this particular market, we all know that Central Bank of Kenya did issue a discussion paper some time back in 2022. And as it stands now, the last word we heard about crypto from Central Bank, that is our former governor, is that crypto or CBDC is not a priority area of focus for Central Bank. Now, if I may just expound a bit further as to why CBK issued a discussion paper and all of a sudden cancelled this whole idea, is that the element of implementation of a CBDC, as our panelist Conrad had mentioned earlier, has two levels. Let me use simpler terms. There is the issue of retail CBDC and wholesale CBDC. That is one issue on its own. The second issue is the issue of infrastructure that is needed for this particular new crypto asset to be accommodated within the financial or monetary system of our banks. And that basically means all banks must develop, or tokenize their deposits. By extension, as well, have blockchains that are interoperable with the CBK's blockchain network. So it's a whole issue that requires, let me say, time. That's number one, and resources. So as it is now in this particular market, we stand to be guided by the regulations that are currently being proposed We know there is a financial regulations bill that proposes an element of taxation of crypto assets. Probably once that comes into play, we should now be able, because at the end of the day, all the money that is circulating with this ecosystem lies with bankers. So we hope and trust that within reasonable time, we should be able to get guidance on the same. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much. You've actually preempted now almost the second part of the discussion that we're getting into about especially the challenges and the implementation. But before we dive into that, allow me to give the floor to Duncan from Formbank just to mention to us NFTs. So kindly introduce yourself and we will get into that.
Yeah, my name is Duncan Mochangi. I wear many hats, but primarily I'm an investor at Unicorn Growth Capital. We primarily invest in the future of finance. And what we believe is the future of finance will look a bit of a hybrid between traditional finance and decentralized finance. So as much as we might be maximalists in this decentralized world, the banks are here to stay, so they're not going anywhere. So we believe in the future we'll have to find seamless ways to cross over between traditional finance and decentralized finance. Beyond that, I support a lot of our Web3 portfolio companies. These companies include Formbank, which is an on-ramp, off-ramp solution. It enables users to use airtime, mobile money to make payments across Africa, and the merchants get settled in stablecoins. Maybe I'll just say something to keep you thinking around CBDCs, just to follow up the last conversation. And this is my own take. You can quote me and put my name there. But Kenya was the first and possibly has the largest form of CBDC in the world, which runs on a private blockchain called M-Pesa. Maybe just the central banks don't understand it that way. But yeah, moving on to NFTs. So NFTs were introduced into the industry a few years ago, or they became really popular a few years ago when everyone was collecting, I don't know, these nice cartoons or art that were being sold online. Now they're not worth so much, but at least people were able to identify, able to learn, and became aware about non-fungible tokens. And non-fungible tokens are basically a unique identifier on a blockchain that can help you confirm authenticity. So if you're an artist, the biggest issue, for example, within the creative sector is authenticity. There's a lot of piracy, there's a lot of copying of work. So NFTs help you record a very unique identification on your work. Could be an art project, could be fashion, could be anything really. And that is able to be authenticated throughout the value chain of that product or piece of art. Excuse me. But the good thing about NFTs is they have applications beyond art. And this is the beauty about it. Now, within Web3 or the blockchain industry, we are moving from what I would like to call the speculative phase, and we are moving into the utility phase. So now it's not about buying and selling of crypto or NFTs. It's about how can we build real-world use cases on top of these blockchains. And NFTs come in very handy. And I'll give you just a few examples before I put down the mic. If you think about how you record title deeds, that's a good case. We just spoke about the land registry. For you to have a unique identification on a title deed, or could be even a logbook for a car, NFTs would be definitely one of the ways to do it. And that can be passed on, and you can be able to authenticate, you can be able to validate the authenticity of that title. Another thing that I think is starting to come up more in the future, it's when it comes to lending. When it comes to lending. So if, for example, I want to borrow money with my car or my logbook, it is possible to have multiple logbooks because they're not recorded on the blockchain. Now, what is happening is we can be able to record, for example, a collateral, which could be a title deed, could be a logbook, or it could even be an invoice. If I have an invoice and I want to go borrow money against it, the first thing is to create an unfungible record of that invoice such that you cannot go take that invoice and borrow again from another person. Once you pay back, we ban that NFT and that transaction is done. So now we are starting to see applications of NFTs in real world use cases, and this is, I think what excites me most about NFTs.
That's really powerful. And truly so, as you can pick up from this, we each have a part to play in the growth of the ecosystem. So that's why I'm happy, and I'm super excited that we're getting to have these conversations right now. So I want to dive into the next part of the panel, and I want to give each of the panelists 1.5 minutes tops to discuss the challenges, especially in terms of implementation and what they see as an opportunity in that. Because I know, for in regard to from the Central Bankers Association, the Kenya Bankers Association, how do we onboard banks, for example, in terms of adopting this technology, where in an instance, the central bank set a cap that banks are not, for example, allowed or permitted to facilitate cryptocurrency transactions directly. And on a case of NFTs, for example, you have so much theft, especially through extensions like MetaMask. Unfortunately, people have lost, so much money that they are wondering, okay, should I really get into NFTs if I should, if I can just lose that money permanently? And, these are the critiques that are largely and strongly against the wider adoption of blockchain and cryptocurrencies. So before I get into the first challenge, just want to ask if we can have Conrad coming on board for a little bit. All right. Okay, then let me, allow me to throw the question to you, Robert, now since you're on my immediate right. The key word tax already elicits certain reactions in this room. Please explain to us, what is the rationale of the tax, and do you see it as an opportunity or a threat to the ecosystem?
So, I hope you can hear me. Yeah, right. So, taxation. Let me quote, is it Thomas Jefferson that said the certainties of life is death and taxes? So I think most governments are taking it literally when it comes to cryptocurrencies and other digital assets. So here back home, I think you're mentioning the Finance Act 2023, which was recently passed by Parliament, and it proposed a 3% tax on crypto transactions. So when it comes to taxes, it's quite a dicey subject because on one hand, from the government side, they're increasing their tax base. By this I mean they're increasing let's say there's this basket and ways to fill it. So they're looking at cryptocurrencies as an easy way to make sure the basket goes. So the tax base goes up. And this is to finance their various causes. I'm sure there's a new government in place and they had made promises, so they're looking how they'll finance it, right? So the sure bet was, I guess, cryptocurrencies because of the hype and all the media and the sensational reporting on, various, the number of Kenyans who hold cryptocurrencies, the amount of crypto transactions happening in Kenya and Africa. So that's what brought this to the government's attention. So is it a good move? Definitely not. I'm against it. One, because it's poorly thought out. I believe Nadim and Ahmed from the previous panel discussion already highlighted why. And basically is to give the perfect example. I'm sure you guys know sport betting, right? And I'm sure you guys have heard of a company called SportPesa and also other companies. So in 2017, 2016, the government introduced a taxation on sports betting. And what happened? The industry, it literally killed the industry. Then SportPesa was the largest financier of all sports, basically. They were financing everyone, the Kenya Rugby Union, the football, the league itself, and football teams in it. But what happened when the tax was introduced? Everything fell apart, right? So that's how I'm looking at it. And I believe the previous panels gave perfect examples of what happened I believe it was India, whereby a tax was introduced and the industry crumble. And what is the dangers of this happening? It will lead to the industry going, it will lead to the rise of a black market of some sort, right? That's one, because if people can't transact, they'll look for other platforms which can carry out their transactions, right? So this can either be in the black web or, as I believe someone talked about VPNs and using that. Two is scaring away investors, right? Kenya is setting itself up as a Silicon Savannah, and I believe, it's all technologies. It's not like one. So, and blockchain and other emerging technologies are part of it. And the government, we actually saw the county minister from the Nairobi County talking about how they're making Nairobi a business, a business-friendly destination, a startup hub ecosystem for Web3. And if you introduce this tax, you'll chase away both the investors and startups, because don't see the point, right? Because first of all, the tax is poorly thought out. It's not well informed. It doesn't define the various. It's too general. It's too much of a blanket statement, and that's why I see the Blockchain Association has. For those who don't know, they want to engage top lawyers to challenge the Finance Act in court, and I'm sure they'll be successful because, as it said, it's a turnover tax, poorly thought out. It has to be well thought out, and if it's a tax, it has to be introduced at the right time, right? Because right now, if you introduce it, it will kill the industry. Attempt of the government to regulate or to try attempt to regulate the industry. And to go back on, I think someone was talking about ways of regulation. So there are three types of ways of regulation. One is just blanket regulation. This is where the government, gives a pec and order and you follow. If you don't, you either get penalty, fines, or some jail time. Two is co-regulation, whereby the government and the private sector sit down and regulate the sector, and that's what we are advocating for. The blockchain community in Kenya and also in Africa to sit down with, if it's the Kenyan government and other associations to see how they can co-regulate the space. And three is self-regulation, and that's where companies regulate themselves. It's allowed. So I'm calling, hopefully there'll be a co-regulation attempt, and we'll see how that goes. But the tax is poorly thought out. We need to see what other jurisdictions are doing, like Switzerland, Singapore. So we don't have to reinvent the wheels and repeat their mistakes. Thank you.
All right, thank you for that perspective. It's quite strong that we need to collaborate and not kill the industry before it gets a chance to bloom. Because quite frankly, I agree with what you said about this is the first attempt to regulate, and yet there are so many rails that need to be put in place just to recognize the players in the industry, to give legitimate spaces for these companies to grow, to partner, counties, education. All these rails need to happen before a tax can truly be put in place. So allow me to, just skip over to Uganda for a little bit. Please give us a perspective. How have you dealt with the regulators, especially as an exchange? Because I know exchanges are literally on the front line of the regulatory battle with, let me not call it a battle, but exchanges are truly taking the hit. For, let's say, non-exchange crypto firms, you can navigate around saying that you're this startup or that startup in this sector, that sector, but exchanges are dealing with the money. So the hit is on you. Please give us your perspective.
Yeah, the short answer is it's not easy. Because, as an exchange, you constantly have to deal with the banks, right? The banks are concerned about their banking license. Their banking license is issued by the central bank. If the central bank speaks against you, then the banks react. So it's difficult to deal with the banks. There's not been in Uganda an explicit ban on banks operating with crypto companies, but there has been one on NPS licensees, so aggregators and the rest. And so that makes it quite difficult. We still forge forward in the space because we know it's only a matter of time that this crypto will be mainstream. So it's sort of a game of how do I survive until I am legalized. The problem is if you wait to be fully 100%, all dots, all I's dotted, then the market will have left you actually. So it's sort of a game of, let me just use the word workarounds that you have to pay to sort of survive. Beyond that, you sort of look at other markets good enough. South Africa, Botswana, a couple of other African markets are sort of opening up. But we continue to engage our regulators. Good enough, they've done something very positive. So someone mentioned earlier, there's so many regulators in this space. In Uganda, the Financial Intelligence Authority now registers virtual asset service providers. That's a major, major thing. If you show investors or any other serious stakeholder a virtual asset service provider license, it's major. It shows you're validated. But we have to sort of keep in the fight for now, continue engaging the central bank. The initial policy of the central bank a few years ago was extremely negative, but now they've set up a central bank working group. And maybe just the final point is that I believe that the actual finalization of this coming to reality will come through things like the parliament agreeing and passing a law. We have a bill that has been drafted by a parliamentarian. It is being ratified. It's going to be debated. And so, long story short, I would say that it's about hanging in there. It's about believing that what you're doing will actually be mainstream and trying to use whatever workaround is possible until the regulator rubber stamps.
That's powerful, especially in the sense of knowing when will you be validated, but still stay true, okay? Now, allow me to extend the, just the invitation for you as the audience to bring questions to the panelists. I'll take, I think 3 at most, but before we get into the Q&A, allow me to just get the perspective from Edwin. From where you sit at the Kenya Bankers Association, what initiatives and what progress have you seen from the institutional level, and what hope can you offer for the audience? Because I think Kenya and Uganda tend to share that challenge in terms of regulation.
Thank you very much. That's a very solid question. If I may, let me break it down to the simplest form. Me sitting here representing banks is one pointer towards banks getting to acknowledge and accommodate this new technology or this new element called crypto assets or cryptocurrencies. The formation of the cryptocurrency task force is actually a testimony that bankers are now willing to listen, get feedback. As a matter of fact, the main agenda for the task force was to manage fraud or scams within this space. I'm sure most of us, if not all of us, have seen the recent news where it is alleged or it is actually confirmed that Kenyans only lost $93 million. That's equivalent to 13 billion Kenya shillings. What that means to bankers is this. That is fiat currency being withdrawn from our systems onto whether it's, let me call them shitcoins, because now it is confirmed those are scams. And you can imagine how much, even from a taxation point of view, the government would have earned. So from an adoption point of view, banks are now starting to listen. And let me speak from a high-level point of view, that is the Bank of International Settlement. BIS is basically a collection of central bank governors who meet regularly to discuss innovations or emerging trends within either their jurisdictions or the monetary system as it is in the world. And we've seen they've issued quite a number of discussion papers or guidance to central banks on how even to develop central bank digital currencies, even policies, and so on and so forth. So the hope I'm giving you guys is that I will not be sitting here if this was 5 years ago, even 2, even 3 years ago. But the fact that there's a representation here to come collect feedback, share it back with the leadership of the bank, speaks volumes, and that should be reason enough for us to have hope. The second thing is that cryptocurrency is inevitable. I mean, at this point, we are acknowledging this is inevitable. And that is why I think, was it Ahmed, former panelist, mentioned that what we are seeing is that we are a family that is seated at the table. Everybody, someone wants to cook, the other one doesn't want to cook. That's why we are having CMA coming up with, a proposal on how best to regulate what they term as securities. We have CBK coming up with, cautionary statements. We have currently, there is a proposed bill from FRC, that is Financial Reporting Center, on how best to manage AML, money laundering, and terrorism financing. So the conversation is there. It's just a matter of time before we have, a structured, documented guidance on how best to manage this new phenomena. Thank you.
That's awesome. I think this is the first panel I've had with such a wide representation of the financial industry, and it's with both lessons and hope and anticipation for the future. So allow me to take the 2 questions before I come back to my 2 panelists. Yes, please. The mic needs to be right there. So we'll take the questions and then wrap it up. Yes.
Hello, my name is Stan. I'm the ambassador for Brave browser and the BAT attention token. Mine is more of a compliment. It is a big journey for crypto enthusiasts here in Kenya, and crypto is here to stay, and everything we're talking about crypto, NFTs, already it is happened. People have made money through NFTs. That is passing. For instance, today you can mint free NFTs, and today, as an ambassador of Brave, I'm going to distribute free NFTs, perhaps for the purposes of proof of attendance protocols. And so this is not a weird technology, as there are so many myths surrounding the blockchain technology, and it's really a simple technology. It's only that it depends on how you get it. Back in 2010, 2012, if you speak about Bitcoin, people would say that's a con man. Today, it's an investment platform. Somebody was given a Bitcoin on a beach in South Korea, and he lost his keys. For those who use Brave here, Brave has a decentralized wallet. So it is not your assets, you have the keys. It's who keeps the keys.
Sure.
So anytime, and for those who are giving out information, educating people like Hemago, Mara, it's good you give it in simplistic way, and I really appreciate the work which you're doing for Africa. So we need to also get the fundamentals of in this sector in Web3, because everything is moving from Web 2. You can see even Microsoft, they're having wallets embedded in their Edge browsers. So Opera still are doing that. So everything is going to be in Web3 platforms.
Awesome.
So
thank you so much.
Thank you.
All right, wonderful. Let's go to the second question. Yes, just the final. Can extend the mic to him.
Hi again. My name is Chapa. I'm the CEO and co-founder of Alpha Block, and we're tokenizing real estate. And my question was to Edwin. But before I get to the question, I think people wanted to clap because the Kenya Bankers is here. So can you clap properly?
Let's clap.
Because for real,
yes.
Over the last 10 years, I've been in the fintech industry, and the bankers have really shunned anything to do with Web3. So we're very happy to see that this is happening. So thank you very much. But my question is about the Bank of International Settlements. Last year, they came up with their guidelines on how central banks can hold cryptos and regulate tokens. So the guidelines are there, in my assumption, from what I've read. How long would you think that it would take for us to then have this conversation at a country, national level. I understand the depth at which it's required, the infrastructure needs to be built for it to work. But what are your thoughts in terms of the timelines for Kenya specifically, in terms of looking at it as a focus point? Because we have an M-Pesa moment opportunity again. Kenyans adopt things very quickly. The moment it becomes a tick, I think we can take that leap and sort of lead the world again. We heard what Brazil is doing. We know Dubai already, the whole government is already on blockchain. We have the opportunity to take the leap. So what are your thoughts in terms of the timelines and how the central bank, of course, have a new regime, is going to adopt this?
Thank you, Trevor. Maybe if I may share sentiments from the leadership. One of the things is that there's a working group that needs to submit its feedback. The working group is at the central bank level. They need to submit its feedback. However, remember the former governor mentioned that the former central bank governor mentioned that CBDC is not a priority. Now we need to ask ourselves, if the central bank governor realized that CBDC is not a priority, what is the other strategy that CBK is probably thinking through? From where I think, now this is not what CBK or KBA is thinking. My thinking is the strategy here is to reverse engineer the process. Probably build a wallet such that everybody now can, have their crypto assets, run through. That way, CBK will have, an opportunity to know what is happening. KRA will have an opportunity to have a look at the same. So I'm sure with this new regime, I'm yet to interact with the CBK leadership as it is, but I'm confident something is in the works. So at this moment, I might not give an explicit timely, but to be very realistic, from a tentative point of view, 2 years is reasonable from now.
That's powerful, and actually very easy for people to position themselves within that. I think the one thing I will add as a key element to that timeline of engagement is documentation. What documentation? Document your journey as a crypto founder. Document your journey as a crypto enthusiast. Document your journey as a crypto user. This is the data they need. They need numbers on users, and we need to. That's the only way to move away from the sensational media aspect that does not really touch on to the ground, right? Because we need to really move away from the only thing about Kenya and crypto money being scams. We need to move away from 13 billion being lost to even 10 billion being invested. And I think that will be a strong point in terms of a win for Kenya in those 2 years. It's super possible, and I know we have the capacity to make it a reality. So allow me to bring it to you two gentlemen to just close this panel. I know we are pressed for time, but just in a minute, what's your closing remark?
Thank you so much. My closing point is actually a tie-in into what Edwin is saying. Unbeknownst to many people, Kenyan banks are covertly interested in Web3, and we as HELA bear testament to that, in the sense that up to 3 banks are actually talking to us on a partnership even level, and it's curious for him to also say that Central Bank is looking at a national wallet. Yes, they are. Yes, they are. Yeah, so positive things are happening in Kenya, covertly, that is. You need to be in the right places to hear those conversations. Yeah.
Yeah. So I think from an investor perspective, and this issue around regulation is very interesting, because investors feel comfortable or more confident to invest where regulation exists. So I don't want to say it's true that investors will run away or the money will run away. In fact, more investments will come once the regulation is in place. And there's many types of regulations. You've seen what is going on in America, which is like regulation by enforcement, and that drives away all the companies. Here, we are trying regulation by taxation, kind of, you know. I think it's the first time we are seeing validation of this at a policy or regulator level. It's good we are fighting it, but I think as well we must take our wins when we can see them, right? The challenge here is the implementation and how it's been thought out. You know, a turnover tax is not the best way to go. So I think beyond just challenging this in court, how can we use our resources to break down what is a digital asset? What should you tax? So trying to work collaboratively together, I think that's what's going to get us across the hump. I also agree with the timeline. Actually, my timeline was maybe 3 to 5 years. I'm glad to hear it's coming sooner and sooner. So I encourage everyone who is building solutions, start today, and you'll take up the next bull run, which is coming or already started.
All right. Thank you very much to each of our panelists. I think we can give them a round of applause. We can do better than that. Thank you so much, everyone, for your time, for your attention. After this, I just encourage you, please follow their work, follow their companies, and let's collaborate. That is the only way we can get this industry going and where it needs to be. My name is Roslyn. I've been honored to be your moderator. I think we can now stand for the group photo.
Thank you, Rosaline, and the entire team as well. Let's give a round of applause to our panelists. That was well put. I think the presence of KBA, LSK, I see you guys having a really packed lunch based off on the interest you've created as well and sparked. So thank you so much, even just giving that clear hope for the industry at large. I just have a few announcements to make, ladies and gentlemen. How many of you have accessed the Slido? Let me see how of you have accessed Slido and you know who's here and who's on their way, of course. We'd like for us to interact through the platform. Just to repeat, get your notebooks in your hampers there. Then there's a QR code. Please scan the QR code. It will take you straight to Slido. And you'll be able to kind of just know who's in the room as well so that you can also continue the networking beat as well. As I mentioned, the hashtag again is KBCC 2023. Some of the photos and content will be shared so that you can also be able to tweet and share your thoughts. It's exactly just about 20 minutes to 3. Ladies and gentlemen, we have just under 25 minutes for lunch. The same place where you had your tea is where you have your lunch, and then we should be back here in another 20 minutes to proceed on with the next session. So karibuni sana. Should you want to leave your bags, your books, the room is safe and secure, so please don't feel the need to carry your laptop over for lunch. So you can just leave the same here as well as we progress. Karibuni sana. You can also just scan it right here, actually. It's been put up. Which company you're representing? I see Innovate Now as well. Yeah, so Lillian in the house. A tap swap. Yep, so it's good. Please scan, join in. Let's continue the discussion. And also know who's around and get to network. I will leave that running as we go along. We're not honestly 3 participants, or those of us who are typing. I think we're over 100. So I shall see more than 50 folks typing. cybersecurity in 3.0 adoption. Okay, so we'll have that chart, and then now we can just head straight into the conversation. So, yep.
But like, let me give them back. It's like 10 minutes. smart contracts or software programs we call oracles. And oracles have the function of feeding the blockchain real-world information, real-time information. So because you're not depending on any particular person, centralized body to help you with these financial transactions, you need a way to get real-time information from the real world, and that's what oracles do. I think the most famous project, Oracle project, is Chainlink focuses on oracles and building those oracles. So if I need, for example, a real-time price feed on the price of Bitcoin, the price of USDT versus the Kenya shilling, the oracle, the smart contract in this case, which is being run by a centralized community, will feed that information direct to the blockchain. A very interesting one I saw in Kenya was one where they're doing smart contract weather insurance farms. So they had farmers contributing small premiums of, let's say, like 100 bob, 200 bob to smart contracts. So basically you need an on-ramp player like Tangiway. You ramp from Kenya shilling, you put it perhaps in the insurance contract. And then in case of like weather events, so let's say like a drought, there's not been rainfall or something, you have an oracle on the outside. This oracle was being provided by a company called Ethers, feeding the blockchain and telling the blockchain to pay the farmers their premium, so direct payout. If for example, there is no rain or something. So you're picking, it's called parametric weather insurance. So you pick parameters in the environment, feed it directly to the blockchain by an oracle. The blockchain does the disbursement via smart contracts to so smart contracts are a big part of DeFi, basically software programs that run by themselves once they've been coded. The second one is bridges. Bridges are usually important because most blockchains are ecosystems by themselves. That is to say that if you were to take, for example, the Bitcoin blockchain, it stands by itself, and you have the Ethereum blockchain, which stands by itself, and then you have the Cardano blockchain, which stands by itself, and you can repeat this, and it has been repeated. There are almost like 29,000 cryptocurrencies, each with their own chain. Now, what if I wanted to move from one chain to the other? There is the option of going through a centralized company or counterparty. So in this case, for example, like Binance, right? So like I go to Binance, I change my token from this token to that token, and then I send it to the other account on the other chain. But bridges allow for this direct movement from one blockchain to the other. Of course, depending on how they're built, there will be safety issues. So we have had a couple of hacks on these bridges. But bridges were just an attempt to enable exchange of assets from one blockchain to another without involving a centralized party. Then we have things we call DEXs, decentralized exchanges or DEX aggregators. These ones are exchanges that are not owned by any particular company. They're actually owned by the community. And the community is the one that is responsible for maintaining pairs, so currency pairs on the DEX. So you could have something like Ethereum and Tether, USDT currency pair. Or you could have wrapped BTC, wrapped Bitcoin and Ethereum currency pair. So you usually have something called an automated market maker, AMM, that helps this interaction between the currency pairs. You don't need human beings to, to enable this exchange. And the most famous, of course, DEX is Uniswap. There are a couple of pairs there. The challenge, again, with, of course, everything comes with challenges. The challenge with DEXs is liquidity. So on Binance, you'll find a lot of liquidity. In most currencies, you'll also find a lot of liquidity in fiat currencies, meaning you can swap from local currency to digital assets. Sometimes on DEXs, you won't find that. You won't find those that liquidity. Can move down. Yeah, just go down. Go down. Yes. Okay. So there is also lending and borrowing platforms. Because remember, we are just talking about the same financial services that are there in the real world being built on a blockchain without a centralized party. So you have certain places where you can go and use your digital assets as collateral. So a lot of these lending and borrowing platforms, we say, are crypto native because you don't use real world assets, you use digital assets. So I take my Bitcoin, I take my Ethereum, I stake it in Compound, and then I take out a loan. And when I take out a loan, I also take out the loan in digital assets. So I can take out the loan in stable coins, for example. I can stake my Ethereum and take out a loan in USDT. Or stake my Ethereum and get out a loan in USDC. So we tend to have these lending and borrowing platforms. You can also be a lender on those platforms, right? So you can also be the one who has staked your stable coins. So you're probably putting USDT or USDC on the platform, and people are borrowing from that, and then you earn a fee as a liquidity provider. We say you are a liquidity provider on the platform. So you can see we're just trying to replicate the same things that are in the real world, in the centralized world, what we call traditional finance, on the blockchain. Next slide. Go down. So then we have stable coins. So I'm coming to a close. I think I'll just end it at stable coins because there's so much you can talk about within DeFi. Stable coins are, there are several kinds of stable coins. One is we have fiat stable coins. So with fiat stable coins, you tokenize real world assets on chain. So you basically have a party, like a centralized party, that holds the fiat assets. So for example, in the case of USDC, there's a company called Circle. It holds the US dollars in a US bank account, and they're regulated in the US by the New York District of Financial Services. And then it tokenizes these holdings that it's holding, it tokenizes them on chain. So that then you end up with a stable coin that can move easily cross-border.
strengthening the cybersecurity as we get that sorted out. Okay, let's give him a round of applause, please.
Is that clicker? Oh, we got it. Okay, maybe I'm going to take just 5 minutes of that just to take you through. So like I said earlier on, there's still, let's go to the next slide. This slide is just trying to let you know that apart from having a blockchain and smart contract being built, blockchains are back-end technology, right? We still have the front-end part of this and hackers that are trying to be able to actually compromise that. One of the easiest things to be able to compromise is API security. And I think we all know what is happening in the world today. I mean, in Kenya today. Yes or no? Services are down, records are down, M-Pesa is down, banks are down. My phone has been buzzing the whole day. And I'm just laughing because I'm like, I think people are now waking up to cybersecurity issues. Just skip to the slide. It's written breaking smart contracts. It's a little bit high. I don't want to go through all the boring stuff here. Yeah, the next slide. Next. Let's go again. I just want to focus on one particular slide. Yeah, there we go, before that. So there are quite a number of smart contracts and security issues that are out there. One of them is re-entrancy, where basically, where the smart contract itself has vulnerabilities for people to be able to exploit. There's quite many others that are there. It's a whole long list and I can't go through all of them right now. But if you Google the bare minimum, you see that not every smart contract is actually that secure. One of the easiest ways to be able to compromise this that people have been looking at is usually on the API level, right? The API level before the smart contracts actually get to be written on is one of the easiest ways. We will actually have a demonstration when we have the breakout session to show you how we break APIs because that is the easiest way of any application being broken these days. If you look at mobile application, there's always a request and then there's a response, right? And when you have a request, the response comes out. You get a response which shows you various status codes, and from there, that response gets to make a decision before that information that is there gets to be written on the smart contract. Are we together? So if you say 1 + 1, what is it equals to? 2. 2 is the final answer, is it? Well, all the nodes agree, and it gets onto the blockchain. But if you can actually fool the system to make sure that 1 + 1 is not 2, it's 5, and the system should accept 5, that 5 will be what will be written on the chain. So we want to show you how we break mobile applications, how we break APIs. If anybody wants to volunteer their app, please. Today is your free day to not pay $500,000. Hello? Thank you, guys. So, so if you have applications that are there, there's some clients who are actually here we've tested before. I will not mention them, but you know yourselves. And so we want to show you how APIs can be broken. The other kind of ways that we want to see how you can protect smart contracts is to use vulnerability tools. There's quite a number of vulnerability tools that are out there. Could you just skip to the next few slides? Again, if I was to use my laptop, I would have shown you a sample of this code. The next slide. Next. These are other kind of vulnerabilities that are out there. I'm talking about, go back. So when you look, if it's Solidity, how do you call it? There are tools that you can use. There's one called Slither, there's Mithril, there's Soulgraph, Echidna, and Mythic. Some of them are proprietary, some of them are open source. For example, Slither is very open source, which can actually detect vulnerabilities. You can download it, install it, and try it out. It helps you to be able to actually identify vulnerabilities in that. However, one of the easiest ways when you actually want to stop some of these vulnerabilities is to actually make sure you're doing kind of threat modeling. Threat modeling to understand exactly what are the possible ways you'll be hacked, what are the possible means that an attacker will be able to get into your system or your smart contract, and how can you secure them.
There's also threat monitoring and there's threat intelligence. I'll use Kenya for example. Kenya is under attack, right or wrong? Have they been monitoring? Yes. They've been monitoring all traffic that comes to the country. They're monitoring all IP addresses that are coming. They're monitoring threats. But there's no intelligence to be able to understand that why is this IP address hitting me so many times? Why is this kind of attack coming to this particular system or this network for some time? If I was Kenya, is this live? No. If I was Kenya, we understand exactly the threats that are coming, the IP addresses, where they're coming from, and the kind of services or particular services they're targeting on servers or ports and everything. I'll be able to actually advise the national intelligence saying, this is where we're supposed to start protecting ourselves. These are the people we need to start warning. And what kind of attack do we need to actually start stopping? Right now, the DDoS attacks that are being done are done by Kenyans. They're not Sudanese. They're Kenyans. And what do you call a layer 7 attack? Nothing complicated. And it's very cheap to actually buy some of the tools. You can actually rent a botnet. You know that, yeah? You can rent a botnet for $60. That gives you how many servers, Fraser? 36 servers. You can rent that for the entire day, and they'll just be hitting any IP address or servers that you give it to. So they don't even need to do too much. But if you understand the way the attacks are coming in, and you know how to be able to stop them by being able to look at the traffic, being able to analyze, be able to pick patterns, and know what security measures to put in place, how to filter traffic, clean pipe, all of those, you will know how to stop the DDoS attack. We are lucky that it's just DDoS attacks. We have not seen data exfiltration yet, because so many systems can be infiltrated in Kenya and data exfiltrated. We'll show you when you come to our room, our session. And if that was to happen, I think that's when the country will wake up finally. So there are many ways. At the very end of the slide, there are various things that I recommended. Being able to actually, keep on going, suggest steps. Just go back, sorry. So there are Web3 firewalls that we have. Go back again, 1 second, one slide. Doing penetration testing of the APIs, the ABIs as well, threat modeling, try to exploit them, and monitoring of the networks and checking for anomalies. Once you're able to check for anomalies and you know how to put measures in place, you should be able to actually protect your network and systems and applications. I think I'll stop there. We'll have more conversations when we get to the other side. Thank you. Questions? Sorry. Any questions? Yeah. None? Okay. Oh, there is. That's a hand.
More in the breakout rooms then. All right. Appreciate it. A round of applause, please, to Dr. Tari. I now would want to check whether we have Charles connected. Remember, this is just to Thank you, Charles, for joining in. Sorry for the earlier technical hitch. Maybe we could go to the previous slide. I think somebody was trying to take a photo or something to take advantage of those points. So the previous slide, and then now you can take a good picture. Charles, I'm not sure you can be able to take a question. Can you hear us from your end? I think. Okay, just pose your question.
Charles, if you can hear me, I would like to know, once you have the Nuzo coins, how do you, in equivalent to Kenya shillings, how much is one Nuzo coin? That's one. Can he hear? And number two, it is backed by what? And the third question, if it's recruiting users and agents across the country, those agents, how much do they benefit, or what do the agents get working with you?
Wow, thank you. Thank you, Charles. Thank you. Awesome. I think you can hear us. Clap for him. So I want to appreciate Charles for joining us online. And then, of course, we'll not have any breakout. We'll not have an online breakout session. I don't know if we can have that. Okay. Yes, just pause your question. Is it still online? Okay. Just one more question. All right.
Hey Charles, a quick one. Could you talk more about Nuzo coin? Is the only way to earn it via shopping on the platform? And also, is there a hard cap on Nuzo coins? And if you could talk a bit more about the token economics of Nuzo coin.
Chris? Okay, thanks. All right, that's about it. Charles was also informed that we also have NUSO agents as well in the room, so well represented. I don't know if they want to stand and then we can recognize them. So please, yeah, actually in t-shirts are okay, great. Yeah, you can actually tell them apart from the crowd. So thank you. Like 4 of you here. So thank you so much. Representing Charles joined us from the US. Okay, that's just about it, ladies and gentlemen. We now ready for our breakout session. It's just about 4:26, but we'll be in our rooms. So that's where the discussion will proceed on for the next about half an hour, and we hope to have wrapped up about 5:15. That will mark the end of day 1 of our conference, and after which, just to encourage us that tomorrow we can keep to time. Sheila, what time should we be here tomorrow morning? 8 o'clock, so please be here at 8. Remember, it's a half-day program, so we'll be sure to release you on time as well. Remember, you're also picking out your breakout sessions on Slido. If you can have that up, uploaded as well. In case you did not scan, you can just go on Slido, scan the QR code, make sure you can get your breakout rooms, and the same way you went in for the treasure hunt is just the same way you'll actually go in and get your breakout rooms. Thank you so much. I've been your MC. My name is Laban Cliff. See you tomorrow. Good evening.